I might take more cough syrup. Basically, like, impossible OD on that shit. As soon as you, like, drink the bottle.
Yeah, please don't do that.
I do
I
appreciate
don't
that
want
the
to see the
first
spiders.
thing that anybody will hear when they tune into this VOD is basically impossible to OD on that shit.
Perfect.
This is not me covering for my ass YouTube. We're literally talking about cough syrup.
I don't know if that's true.
Is
Oh,
there
God.
a D&D equivalent of purple drink?
Well, grape juice has been around forever.
Uh-oh.
Has
Uh-oh.
it?
Uh-oh.
Alexander is
orcs
currently
invent grape
dying to
juice?
Zerg.
Ah! No, Lakizalis! You can't make Lakizalis! Only I can make Lakizalis!
You
I
can't.
imagine there's a million Mavericks dying to Lakuzulis right now.
I like that idea.
Ah!
Maybe it's a million Masons.
Yeah,
Even better.
a lot of Masons just died, yeah.
Man, see? Mason, it's you, dead man.
No, my Dragoon thing died. That's very sad. My Aspirant. Man, I just hit Tech 2.
Owned. Devastated.
Destroyed. L plus
I
ratio.
would tell you could save, but we don't allow that.
Yes, I know, and it makes me salty and sad.
He was just complaining about that.
Oh,
Yeah, I was really
that's
just
pretty good.
complaining about
Very up.
Find the Lakizalis! Sacrifice yourselves! Walk over them! There you go.
Were you ready?
I'm
no,
ready.
apparently not.
I think Alexander is he's playing a video game instead of a tabletop game. No.
I just died!
Well, that means we can
Okay,
play,
you
right?
died. Now be reborn and channel your anger into this game.
I thought I was doing so well. I had 4 bases. Oh. Feels bad, man.
It's a good
The
attempt.
Starfather shall smite.
He produced 521 units. I made 229. They all died.
That's Zerg for you.
Yep.
Don't worry, I'm working on the Zerg mission of the Lost Gods right now. Except not right now, because right now we're D&D, but, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Right now.
Right now.
Alright, I'm here.
Hell yeah, brother.
Where are you?
Are you really?
Yep, I'm here.
I don't believe you.
Well, okay, well, I don't really care. Only what the Starfather thinks of me matters, nerd, so...
I am the Starfather.
Oh, Lord.
I'm back from the beginning, the milk. Time to change everything.
Why does the Starfather just sound like really fucked
teach
up
you to be a real man.
Hitler?
You're gonna be a real boy.
Yeah, why does the
After
Starfather
dragon
sound like
chicken
that?
shit, I'm gonna make you a real boy.
Why
I can't wait till we meet the Starfather and Blink tries to be him.
I didn't raise no fucking furry. Scaly, whatever the fuck you are, I'm gonna make you a real boy now. You hear me?
Amber,
You
is
hear
that
me
your
now?
Uncle
You hear me?
Stop talking! It's bad for your voice. And
doing
mine.
a-
And
He's
me.
doing a white.
It's bad
Uncle
for my
Ruckus.
brain cells, I think.
White Uncle Ruckus? Is that what
Yeah, exactly.
the fuck?
Oh my goodness. I
There's
just
some
wanna...
folks that I want to use, but I can't. We're on stream.
I don't think you should have used any of
Hang
this
him
on
now,
stream.
boy. I got the rope.
Yeah, I think you should stop talking.
Yeah, I second that notion.
Oh boy. I've
And the
had...
coughs are back because of that.
well, that's what you deserve. That's God's divine punishment for being cringe. So...
Absolute annihilation. Alright.
Shambler, more like Rambler.
Oh, God.
Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and I just posted.
This is what happens when we start on time.
It's still a little bit late, but it's not as bad as the last couple of times.
Yeah, a dinner man didn't take, 3 hours or whatever this time.
Okay.
Pretty good.
Now, gentlemen, we have gathered here to procure the eventual session summary for Ascension da Sazarin number 12, by the way. This is session 12. I do have a session summary for number 11. I, in fact, wrote it all down in quite excruciating detail. But rather than just read from that, I can go through a quick set of cliff notes here, and you guys can second up any other details that you like. Obviously, at the conclusion of session 10, you guys were just getting past the Inquisition, figuring out your next plans. You had that whole drinking game with the dwarf you later identified as Lidman, but we have a different kind of tenor to that last session. It was one of quite a bit of sort of I guess you could call it dread. You guys weren't really sure when the Inquisition was going to come a knock, and you just assumed that it would be soon. You had to find your way to some kind of safe haven, thinking on your feet, changing your story, telling the Inquisitor you were going to be staying at one tavern and then going to a different tavern, all that stuff. So, session number 11 began with you guys at the Bounty Lass in the stable, where Narath tipped the stable boy to keep quiet. You guys end up moving on in some kind of formation, with Ashtorium eventually spotting a tail as you guys all arrive to Kernia's haunt, which is the name of the Dwarven Tavern, as was later identified. Now, Narath tips yet another stable boy, in this case more like a stable dwarf, to keep quiet about their new appearance, and Blink changes his appearance to the party as a new character known as Sam. And there was just some discussion back and forth between the dwarves and the party that did end up going in there, because Ro and Darex remained with the egg in the stable, also to get a little bit of peace and quiet, given all that. Eventually, this sort of gets interrupted by there's this sudden surge of light that fills the sky with this strange, ominous sea green glow, one that does not look too dissimilar to the same color that was the dominant one in the elven territory. So that immediately took, in particular, Ro, who was alert for these sorts of things, by surprise, and the investigation concluded with the light coming from the Elven Isle, at least that direction, making it quite likely that it was some sort of result of a magical spell of some kind. It eventually did dissipate, but it took a proper 20 minutes or so to really get going. During that time, it was revealed that, with the exception of Gelter inside the head of Ashtorium, the party's surviving soul spirits that are cohabitating with their bodies seem to be rather quiet, and don't seem to be particularly responsive. Perhaps they're ailing in some way. But there's been little time to discuss that, because as Narath worked on the barkeep of this Kernia's Haunt Dwarven Tavern, it was eventually concluded that there was a bartering for a spare room in the under tavern, the cellar, that would be an opportune hiding spot while you wait for the Inquisition to pass. Seems that Narath was able to secure a temporary allegiance with these dwarves, at the very least, despite the fact that Ro and Darex have had run-ins with similar. YouTube performance is pretty bad, too.
Makes sense.
You're back though.
For
a moment it said there was no data at all, so that's pretty big. Anyway,
wow.
we're back. So I had just been talking about the fact that Ro and Darex had run-ins with these dwarves previously, so it was interesting how there was this sudden entwining of allegiance. So there were more things that occurred in this, such as apparently a communication with Blink and his handler, him and Ashtorium's handler, going through the whole process of obviously negotiating with the dwarves, spending plenty of coin on, in Blink's case, a weapon, in Narath and Silas's case, ale, dwarven ale, of course. Definitely a lot of money changed hands in the previous session. And there you go. That's pretty much where we wrapped up, with you guys descending to the cellar. Is there anything else anybody wanted to add, or any other questions, or anything like that before we get started? Sounds like a no to me.
I was out of commission mostly
Yes.
last week.
Yep.
So, in the summary, of course, I saw that basically I went into the thing, but I assume, how did we bring a giant egg crate box.
No, we
thing.
just have no. We have the wheelbarrow. Remember? So we brought the
Oh.
wheelbarrow with us.
So they just see us bring a wheelbarrow in. And they're like, oh, it's just normal to bring a wheelbarrow in.
No, they were definitely looking very confused and also suspiciously at all of you, but
Okay.
Yeah,
the
but at the same time, they
Narath's
knew
deal
that
making was
guards were coming.
sufficient to make this not a problem, evidently.
Okay.
Also, I will.
Very good.
I'm gonna remind Lucy and also I think Shambler. I think we're missing. Oh no, Lucy's in here. Shambler we're missing. And I
He's
think
muted.
I'm not missing. I'm listening. I'm just,
no. In the game, you're not
Online.
connected.
Oh, what do you mean? I'm in here.
On my screen, it says that the number of play. Oh, what the fuck? You are in here.
Well, it's not letting me post my U in Draconic, so I guess I'll just reload.
It might have been that internet blip or something messed with it.
I don't know. Like when I click. Oh no, yeah, Balathal's
No,
also.
it's just-
Yeah, Balathal just logged in now, and Shambler just logged in now. Okay, so.
Yeah, it told me I disconnected and then reconnected. Just
Yeah,
now,
it's probably the internet blip then. So you may I see Shambler's you and I see Balathal in there. So all good. Was just double checking, and I guess that now we know to look out for that later. Okay, so I will also point out for the purposes of Alexander, who was out of commission last time, we did Darix. I wrote that Darix incapacitated the Slayer, as you are all calling him. And the reason for that was because he was coming to, and I just assumed that Darix wouldn't want to deal with the complication. If you want to change what Darix did in that particular situation, you're free to. You're more than welcome to. Like, if you want to make it so instead he does something else, but like, I feel like at this point Darix would know that it's bad. It's a bad time to have that guy come.
Oh
to,
yeah,
you know?
no. He absolutely would have been like, as soon as he heard him mumble, he's like, whack with his fist. Like, no,
Yep.
that night, bud.
Not right now, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Darix is already super stressed out. He's high strung. He's like, no. So, yeah, definitely. Good,
That's right.
good call.
Yep. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. The only other thing that was related to Darix is that I think you might even be able to see it if you scroll up. It's not far from. It's not really that far away from the end of the chat or whatever. Like if you scroll up in the chat, there is a message in Draconic from Darix, which I responded to something Narath said about like keep it like you failed a perception check, and then I had Darix say that he doesn't recognize any single dwarf and he wants to keep it that way. Basically. So that's the only thing that your character ended up saying. So just to keep you up to date.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So, as you all have been descending the short staircase to the cellar, go ahead and bring you guys in.
Now that you've had a week to make the cellar?
That's right. Yeah, pretty much. So you guys have all managed to do all of that, make your way in. You're dragging, it's worth noting, you're dragging Lidman, and you're also dragging the elf, the Harlot Slayer, of course. I forgot to put his token in there. So
most important.
Yes, indeed. So you're all dragging those two who are unconscious. I'll just go ahead and mark him as such. And Ludman, that's how you would pronounce his name. Ludman is unconscious due to, what would you say, alcoholism, not because of trauma to the head. But that is not obviously the case for Harlot Slayer, so he's kind of like a brick, whereas Ludman is more like he's like dimly aware, but mostly like all the way out, you know what I mean? He's like, you might hear him go a few times, groaning and in his stupor occasionally, but he quickly goes back to a sort of unresponsive sleeping state after that. So, and of course, there's also the wheelbarrow that Ro and Darix and I believe Narath and Silas all decided to assist in bringing down the stairs carefully, since there was no like slider or anything.
Oh yeah, we had to lift it. Yeah, because it's a staircase.
That is right. So that is where you find yourselves in. Now, the Narath will know that the Ketarinho, the barkeep, had instructed them to move towards the center of, like the room in the center of this cellar, and that it had been prepared specifically for them. So,
Yeah, some room that can hold 10 people, I think they said.
yep.
Imagine we walk in and see a giant crate.
I teleported.
You might have to go back
there you
up
go.
down the stairs. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. Really weird. Poop. Okay.
Narath will say, "Follow me."
Oh, he's over there.
Yeah, Narath is leading you all towards the sort of the midsection of the room. You can see there's this subtle, the quiet thudding of occasional steps from up above.
Right. Because, of course, we're in the basement.
Blake would like to investigate this door.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Like, oh, there's a soiled mattress down here. The rest are clean.
Hmm.
Oh, there's 3 soiled. That's 3. And there's like a lover's room here. Okay.
So I know Blink is trying to investigate a door. Let's go ahead and take a look at where you guys are. I'm guessing your guys are going to dump Ludman and the Slayer somewhere, right?
Yeah.
We're climbing here.
In the room together over here?
No. In fact, they should be segregated.
Yeah, those two probably don't need
Put the elf in this room, and then we'll put the Ludman in the general quarters.
Okay, Alpha's
Then
in the
we'll
segregated
have the
room.
elf sleep in the same room.
Yeah, we'll have the changeling sleep with him. There you go.
Yeah.
I love that you're volunteering that. All right, so I'll describe what you guys are doing in just a moment as you guys start to set things down, find a resting place for the wheelbarrow, and eternity within. Now, Mr. Blink, you are taking a look at a door that has a curious sort of depiction of some language you do not immediately recall or observe. It's a language you haven't actually even seen. It's like jagged runes are etched into the door, but they sort of like glitter in a funny way, and they imply almost like a transient property, as if perhaps, given a proper gust of wind or something of the sort, they would just vanish. The door itself is pretty unremarkable other than that.
Does it feel like arcane in nature? Like, could I try and do some sort of check on that?
You could try, but you're not able to speak the language or read the language, so it's going to be a bit difficult for you. It's definitely a magical inscription of some kind. With a roll of 16, you'll be aware that this is some kind of warding glyph. You're getting the impression, based on the sort of the communication that you can read, despite the lack of, almost like the tone of the writing, is that one should definitely not go in here.
That's not cool.
Don't be
at all.
retarded. Don't be retarded.
All right. Blink is going to definitely not go in there.
Wink.
And he's going to go move to check out the rest of the room he's in.
Okay. Well, we can come back to you in a moment. So, as the rest of the party enters the room in the center, you'll find that it's been laid out in preparation for your arrival. There are several mattresses or, sleeping accommodations, little bags here and there. Clearly, some of them were bedrolls meant for travel, while others are a little bit more formal and perhaps even personal. in nature. You walk in and also will notice immediately that your eyes are drawn to a strange circular object in the center of the room. It's on an upraised dais of some kind with markings on it. There's a set of glimmering runes that almost float ethereally and ephemerally above the sundial. And other than that, the only thing remarkable about the room is its relative cleanliness compared to the more unkempt areas elsewhere in the tavern. I think
I'm
Shambler
colliding
is,
with at least one wall while I try to move past this yellow bed.
oh yeah, that's easy.
Holy shit. Alright, so what is this again? It's a what?
I like how you weren't paying attention because you were trying to figure out the wall.
I was not. I was like,
It's there's a circular object with glittering runes that hover vaguely above it that are of a language that are not immediately obvious to any of you. And
Wait, I have magic eyes.
yep, I said many of you, so that would explain why, right?
Oh.
And the so the general like construction of it is clearly meant that it's an object of importance. It's placed in the middle of the room. The runes sort of waver and wander. Now, can you remind me about your magic eyes, Narath? Does it tell you what the language is, or do you just read it?
You can read all writing.
That's it, okay. Very straightforward. So you won't know what language it's in, but these jagged runes sort of spill out their message for you. It is a short set of instructions for operating this device. It is said that the pillar in the dead center, the little indicator stick that currently points directly towards you, Narath, is capable of its own movement, and it will turn vastly to the right once if danger is sighted, and it will turn vastly to the left once danger has passed. As long as the stick is directly aimed towards the north door, you are in a position of safety and security. But the closer it gets to the right, aiming eastward, shall we say, the more in danger you are. And the further it gets to the west, the more calm and collected things seem to be. And it ends with a little note that says, if danger is here where you are, then you are to sort of push the dial in that direction to call for help. And once you are finished reading this inscription, it vanishes. So to everybody else, Narath and everybody who wanted to looked at it, and then it vanished, the text that was floating.
Okay. Norath will say, this is of a magical alarm of sort, and then he'll explain basically what was just told to him.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll say, I wonder. And then he'll sort of walk up to Darax, and he'll try to punch him, but miss on purpose to see if the thing shifts.
Darks immediately he dodges, moves out of the way. What the hell are you doing?
There's no immediate change in the dial.
I was wondering if you could sense the danger heading your way right now.
Is there danger headed my way, old one?
There was. You moved.
Narath being Narath.
Darks is looking for the safest place to put the wheelbarrow.
I would assume we'd want it behind the like curtains.
Yes.
Are these curtains or is that a wall?
Well, you can move through them, so
Yeah, they're just
No,
curtains.
Once I'll put it like right here, like behind the crate, so that no one can really see
What's
it
in
in
this
there.
drawer?
Inside the drawer, the wardrobe is a set of, fresh linens and other odds and ends you might find for setting a bed. You know, there's pillowcases, pillows, that sort of thing.
yeah, I think that makes the most sense to put the egg. So then it's the hardest to see from entering the room, right?
Yep.
All right, Darix, move up and stand by. One more.
Boom.
That is a big egg.
Big egg. Big egg. Big egg. Big box.
Yep, that's right.
For you.
Then, Darks is gonna post right here,
All right.
and he's just gonna like kind of lean back against the crate, and yeah, that's what he's gonna do. That's it.
There is a bed, Darax. You can lay in it.
No.
Narath raises an eyebrow and says, "Why?"
Why do you ask stupid question?
He wishes to remain.
It's 5 feet away. Why do you make yourself uncomfortable?
I am not uncomfortable. I am comfortable.
Narath wishes autism existed in this world so he can say, "I know you're autistic."
You
I
don't
am
know
not
that.
autistic.
You don't know that.
Yep.
Fine, but you're sleeping with the elf in here.
He is sleeping. I do not care.
Yeah, unless he threatens the egg, I don't think Derek's is gonna care.
It's likely best that we keep watch. We have
agree.
a rotation of watch.
Someone must be up at any time, rotating on every hour, I would suspect.
I will keep watch. You all rest.
Should we also barricade one of the doors?
Well, what is even beyond the second door? I don't think anyone's even looked yet.
The door to the north spills out into the hallway.
I see.
In general, I do not think it is wise to poke around in the dwarves' other business while we are relying on them to ward off the Inquisition.
That does sound wise. If
Meanwhile-
we upset the dwarves,
meanwhile,
we
Blake.
may be moved out. Right. We may be thrown out, which would be very bad for us.
Have we been told that there was a tale of 10 guards and all this other shit?
Did Blink tell everybody? I feel like that was that's definitely in my notes, but I can't remember.
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure he said that guards are following
I
us. I don't know if
told
he
I
said the
told
exact
Ro,
number.
and then we just went inside.
Oh,
without,
Ashtorium
like,
left to
the
pass the
noise.
information on to Silas and Narath, but when Ashtorium learned of Narath's plan, I think all Ashtorium said was there was there's like we're being followed or whatever.
Where we, yeah.
I
They don't know
remember
the
Ro
details.
being told before
Yeah.
they came, but did Ro pass that on? And I think
It would be a good time to do that now because I believe what happened was that Ashtorium left to fetch you, Narath, Silas, and or Narath and Silas, but Blink then went to go and find the information about the incoming 10 guards, and like you guys haven't shared that information with each other yet.
Right.
So, Blink did tell Ro. I think he told Ro and Ashtorium.
Yeah, I told Ro and Ashtorium at the same
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
because then his handler popped up, so he got distracted, and now he's being inquisitive.
Yeah, I think Ro could mention it now, along the lines of, yeah, if we are thrown out by the dwarves, we would have to deal with the at least 10 guards, I believe it was, that Blink saw approaching the tavern. That was
Man.
back when the giant green light was showing from the south, I think. I'm not sure about the specifics. Just a large number of them were seen headed this way.
A green light.
Yes. During which I lost contact with the spirits, and I believe Blink had indicated the same was occurring with him. But mysteriously, Gelter was having a conversation with us at the time, so it's difficult to understand.
Can Narath make an Arcanum check to see if this makes sense to him?
Sure, you can roll Arcana. Your previous roll elucidated really nothing about the sundial, by the way. I forgot to say that. Okay. So with a roll of 13, Narath, the most that you can deduce right now is that you are not aware of any mechanism. You're not aware of the mechanism, if there is one, that binds these spirits to cohabitate with you. But the fact that they have gone silent after some sort of green light that Rose speaks of, which naturally would indicate that some kind of intense magic had occurred, means that there's likely a link, especially since Avina has not spoken to you in some time.
Now, Venna said she was blocking my patron. Do I still get the sense that she's doing that?
You are currently you do not sense that such a thing is transpiring, but also you strangely do not detect the influence of your master, shall we say.
Speaking
Alright.
of, speaking of, that by the way, wait, I can't remember. Is that a door or is that like an open archway?
So these are the curtains there don't block movement, they just block sight, right? So you can
No,
kind of move
okay.
through them, but that one has been parted specifically.
Okay. Old one. You have something to tell me.
Looking over, Narath will say, "Oh, do I? How could I forget?
Yes,
Old
how
age."
could you? I'm sure. Speak. Tell me no lies.
Narath will look and say, in Draconic, what leaves my tongue is not for smooth ears."
Darks will simply nod.
They'll walk in, and he will say, "Well, you want answers? Ask questions."
What is this black nexus? Who do you serve?
You are saying this in Draconic, right?
Yes, of course.
Alright. So Narath will say to Darax in Draconic, "I serve Clan Oselar and the human house of Okar. The Black Nexus is a construct of House Okar, one which houses many dark and terrible artifacts, sealed away after they are acquired.
Can
Things too strong to destroy, typically."
okay. You serve smooth skins that haunt evil artifacts. Yes?
The patriarch of
He's got him.
He's role playing the wrath perfectly right now.
That's right.
the patriarch of House Okar has been of interest to the Silver Dragon Ocelian for generations. The current patriarch oversaw the building project, yes. And you could say I served him. But it is a long-standing alliance more than anything.
Why do you do this?
Why do all Silver Draconin do what we do? We are guides for mortal kind, are we not?
No.
Exemplar.
No. Why do you do what you do?
Hunt artifacts?
Darks is gonna raise one very suspicious outrage.
No, that was a question. You said, why do you do what you do? And responded with a question of what? Hunt
Yeah.
artifacts?
Yes, exactly. And he because he doesn't believe you. In his head, real quick, he's gonna ask Kenakon if he knows the silver. Was it Draconin or Dragon? You said Dragon.
It's a straight up, it's a dragon he invoked.
Okay.
It was the silver
Does-
dragon Orcelian, and he's the spawn of Clan Ocelar. That's the
Okay.
Draconian clan.
Okay, then Darks is gonna ask Kenakon if he's ever heard of these people in this clan.
Kanakon's taking a nap, boys.
The dad father is currently.
Kenakon is not responsive to your inquiry and seems, ever since the psychic assaults that it seemed to withstand from the Inquisitor, Kenakon has been entirely silent.
Darks is not like this. Can I roll? Is it insight or is it perception to see if Narath is lying to me?
You would roll insight, yeah.
Okay, here we go. See my roll. 21.
Ooh. Well, you want to make a deception check, Shambler?
Okay.
Okay, Darix, there's certainly more angles to examine Narath from than what he spoke about so far. While the tale of a silver dragon is certainly a bold one, it's not entirely out of the realm of possibility. However, despite the nature of the silver draconin to flock to the aid and the presence of the various smooth-skin races, there's still something about Narath's conduct that isn't quite adding up, and it's also worth noting that character, the Inquisitor, certainly had some kind of stark reaction to learning of something related to Narath. That would be the major sort of line of inquiry that I think Darix would immediately think of at this point.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask about that. So perfect, good. The Inquisitor, when she saw you, knew of you, her reaction was venomous. What have you done?
She is a drow and a murderess. Of course, she would act vile at the face of someone serving House Okar. If she knows of the Black Nexus, then she knows that it is used to imprison dark things, and my presence likely meant that there is a dark and terrible thing here that she did not know about.
Would you not wish to work with the Inquisitor to procure this wicked item and be rid of it? And on that matter,
I worry that this kingdom may be corrupt to the core until I can verify otherwise. And the Inquisitor's behavior, I may remind you, did not encourage me. I feel it is best that we do our work independently. I am but the first scout, after all.
the first scout.
I am a herald of many things, my clan being one of them. I am not without support. But
It's just,
Go
he
ahead.
very clearly does not. He doesn't trust you. But then he says, a strange idea to hoard artifacts of great evil, not to destroy them. Suspicious behavior.
Not all things can be destroyed, Derex. We have tried.
And just
At
how
this, Narath will. Never mind. Go ahead.
and just how many things are supposedly indestructible? Have you not thought that your masters hoard these wicked things for their own benefit?
At this, Narath will smile, and he will say, "My progenitor, Ocelian, would not tie himself to corrupt and broken, to corrupt humans. His judgment is wise, as is the judgment of the elders of my clan. Although, I guess these days that includes myself."
There's a sudden squawking that fills the room as the door to the south shifts.
Guys, look what I found.
He has brought dinner.
I will gut you.
What?
What is it? Is it a bird? A chicken.
It's a chicken.
Derek sees it, rolls his eyes, and goes right back to where he was.
Narath seizes the moment and says, "Where have you been?"
Blink, still as Sam, will kind of look at Narath with like a sarcastic "Are you stupid?" face, and then we'll look at the chicken and just put his hands out as if this is a totally explicable situation.
I got a chicken. What do you mean?
That's what he was
Put
doing.
the cock away.
Yeah.
Where did you get it?
He will just put his hands out again and say, "It was in a cage," and then he will bring the chicken to meet Astorian.
Will this upset the dwarves, do you think?
I'll note that he
It
did
is
not close
not
the door
mine.
behind him. So
It is not his to take out of cages.
Blink, approaching Astorium, will offer the chicken to Astorium.
Astorium will pat the chicken.
the chicken squawks victoriously yet again.
Darks wonders if he's met like the most insane sons of bitches in all of creation, just dumbfounded. Like, okay, whatever.
Seizing the excuse for all its worth, Narak walks over and says, frustratingly, "That thing is very loud. Do I need to remind you that we are being hunted by inquisitors?"
Narath is cut off by a squawk.
What word does the chicken cut off?
The very last word.
Darks from
Alright,
the other room is going to yell, "Why does the chicken squawk?"
Squawk.
Because it is a chicken.
So
Have you
to
never
answer
seen
Narath's cut-off question, Blink is again going to act like this is a completely normal scenario and say, "Yes, the Inquisitors are hunting us, not a chicken."
That
Darks,
thing will.
go ahead.
Narath will say, like he's talking to an idiot, "The
'Cause he is.
Inquisitors are probably going to ask the dwarves for a tour. And what do you think they're going to do when they hear a loud chicken noise? They're going to investigate."
Squawk. 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 Silas, the chicken
very
seems to be
seriously,
trying
Narath
to
says-
summon you.
I
Who is he trying to
Is this a
summon?
polymorphed person or what?
It's squawking at Silas,
Oh.
and it's waving at him with his feathers,
With
like
his
beckoning
wings?
him.
Misunderstanding what this is, Blink is going to say, "Yes, chicken. That is Silas. Oh, and Astorium, what should we name this chicken?"
It seems you found a lively one.
Squawk!
Silas will kneel down and he will take out the salve of strength and is going to dribble a little bit of it on the ground for it to eat.
It's gonna be a really. Do I recognize what that is?
Norath will interject.
Roll
glaring
history.
at Silent.
Oh.
You recognize that as a potion meant to increase the strength and constitution of a warrior. And the chicken immediately leaps off of your arm and begins to peck at it.
It will become a strong chicken.
Looking at Blink, and then at Silas, and then at Blink, and then at Silas, with absolute just this murderous glare, Norath will say, "I will not let stupidity risk the egg being discovered. You will find a way to silence this thing, and quickly, or I will kill it. Is this understood?"
Fresh
It's all
from
right,
pecking
Norath.
the potion, the salve, the chicken will look directly up at Norath and squawk. Its eyes gleaming white with power. Then it begins quickly moving towards the door.
Wait,
Blink will look
where's
to
it going?
Norath. Starting to he'll back up, he'll be backing up while looking at Norath, getting ready to start running. He'll say, "Yes, Norath, but when they find the egg, they'll assume it's the chickens," and then he will leave.
Chicken laid the egg, yep.
The chicken squawks furiously in the direction of a mysterious crate.
Oh my god.
I would like to,
Oh.
I would like to open the crate.
Fuck. No.
By the way, Darks is still in the other room. He's not moving.
Yeah.
Whatever retardation they're up to, he's letting them chase the stupid chicken. I got something more important to do.
Ro yelled back in the direction of everyone else. There's another fucking crate.
Wait, is it a flesh crate?
Yes.
Well, Shampoo didn't ask that in character, but that's okay.
Darks hears this, sighs.
Is it a flesh crate?
It is
Norath?
wrapped in skin, I'm pretty sure.
Norath, Silas,
roll
and
the-
Ashtorium, as all of you move to take a look at the crate, you will note that there's distinct wrappings. Skin wrappings, indeed. The crate is a similar construction to the previous crates that you have encountered, and the chicken seems hell-bent on getting this crate open.
Blink is hammering it
should
with his
it be a
crowbar.
surprise to Silas because Norath
chicken
had
bar.
said to him that they ship the horrors? So it's just the others that I have to worry about. Coming over, Norath will say, "Hold a moment, everyone.
No, I'm hammering it
Someone
with a
grab
crowbar.
that chicken before it does something stupid."
The hammering of Blink's crowbar onto the crate is almost enough to dislodge it, but the chicken does the rest, ripping open the last of the lines
I'd
of
like to
skin
intervene.
wrapping. As
I'd like
that
to intervene.
happens, the crate falls open and reveals nothing. The chicken squawks dejectedly.
I killed the chicken.
You missed. That's an 8.
I'll do it. No, I have advantage. I cast True Strike on it earlier.
You still have to roll to hit.
There you go. I hit it. It takes 2 damage.
Why?
Its balls have been touched.
The chicken looks about inches from death after Narath's magic grips it.
Blink is going to pick up the chicken. He's going to cunning action dash, and he's going to run away with the chicken.
I get an attack of opportunity.
No, you
Is
don't.
it-
You're not even next to it.
No, you don't. You're not actually within 5 feet.
Oh my goodness.
Well, that was interesting.
Oh, he's serious.
He didn't know. He's like, wait, where'd my guy go?
Leave it up to Blink to make things interesting.
Silas will, Narath will look to Ro and say, "It is as if everyone forgot that we are wanted men. Go find those two morons.
Do I have an
because
extra?
they will
Oh.
Do I have an extra cloak?
I will go find them and bring them back.
Do I have an extra cloak? If so, I would like to give it to the chicken.
1 sec. I am taking a call. I will pause the
I
game.
hope you have healing because holy fuck, I'm gonna murder that chicken."
You're gonna have to find him first.
Kanakon, please return to me. I cannot be alone with these fools.
This chicken got me out of so many uncomfortable questions.
No, Derek still is going to grill you. He hasn't forgotten.
He's just going to wait until.
No, because by the time we're done with this chicken, there's gonna be some problem upstairs that we're gonna have to attend to.
Probably.
The
That
whole
is how
thing
stories work.
about that alarm is that it's probably going to be like it's going to be a tension thing where the Inquisition shows up and then there's trouble and then we're just supposed to like stay tense and hidden, and then
Yep.
they'll
Well, my
leave.
question is when they come downstairs, because they're going to demand to come downstairs. Well, what do we do then?
They said this is supposed to be a hidden area, so we'll see.
It doesn't seem very hidden. It's just a regular door. Like if it was like a fake door, that'd be different.
Well, we don't know if the cell entrance to this cellar is hidden itself.
That's true. By the time I walked in, it was already open. So.
You're hiding enemies of the states under the floorboards. You're hiding filthy draconin. May I have a glass of your chicken milk? Your delicious chicken milk.
Oh, Dark's is gonna kill all of you.
I mean, I wish I had just the script to that whole scene in front of me.
In my defense, Ro was going to eat the chicken.
Dark's just wants to protect the egg, and apparently everyone here is retarded.
Dude, the egg needs to be warmed. The chicken can sit on it.
I'm pretty sure
Tiny
the egg is
chicken.
bigger than the chicken.
Yeah, the tiny chicken. Yeah, of course.
Exactly, you get it.
Yeah.
At that point, you might as well have roasted on the chicken.
Can you imagine, like, here's this sacred thing, most sacred, and it's just like, yeah, put this stupid chicken on top of your sacred dragon egg.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it'll
they
work.
posted the script.
What if it was a sacred chicken?
No, it's not a sacred chicken. So,
How do you
It
know?
was in a cage.
it's just a dumb chicken.
A dumb chicken.
A dumb chicken. And you're all
Now,
dumb
before
too.
the occupation, there were draconin families in this area. All dairy. Oh,
Are you just trying to get everybody in trouble?
Mm-hmm.
all bartenders like yourself. The Lovitz, the Dorex, the Rollins, the Dreyfus. Is that correct?
How's your weekend, guys?
It's been good, man. I'm just excited. I'm excited.
Yeah.
In like less than 2 weeks, I get to go see a pretty lady, so that's pretty cool.
It's always a good time.
Yep. It was really funny. Like, we'll be at like church 5 of the 7 days too. To be.
All right, I am back.
Yo,
I'm very
welcome
glad. Thanks. I'm very glad that I'll be able to write about chicken in the session notes later.
back.
By the way, where is the chicken now? Is it
It ran off. Blink ran off with it.
okay? Well,
After Narath tried to kill it,
Yes, Narath tried to execute it
and he
for
snapped me with
some dumb
finding
reason.
them.
Okay. I liked the dialogue while I was gone. Okay. All right. I will unpause the game. Feel free to let me know what
I wish
everybody's
I
doing.
could. I wish I could read it, but cannot. So.
No, you don't.
That's the point.
You didn't hide very well.
As you turn the corner, you will see Blink with a cloak in his arms and Astorium with a cloak in his arms. And Blink will start running.
You now give me the cloak.
Blink will dejectedly hand over the cloak.
Okay, I checked the cloak. Is the chicken in there?
Ro, the cloak is chickenless.
It is not in there.
Fuck! I picked the wrong one. Astorium, you come back here.
I can't believe this is the state of things.
Oh, there he is. Astorium, give me the cloak. Come back
Does
here.
that chicken actually have 3 health?
Yes. It did.
Astorium, stop running. Oh,
I can't. You guys
Give
are
me the cloak.
actually going on a.
He hands over the cloak.
The
I
chicken.
checked the cloak.
The chicken squawks proudly at you. It seems to have somehow been rejuvenated and now lacks any sign of being attacked.
Oh, this might be a sacred chicken, huh? I will bring it back, and we won't kill it as long as you people be reasonable. Okay? No more antics, no more being loud, and no trying to break open crates.
Hey,
Are
I
we in
didn't try to
agreement?
break it open.
You did. You hit it with your crowbar. What are you
I
talking
succeeded.
about? Well, would you like me to end you here and now?
No, that won't be necessary. I
Okay.
agree. We agree.
So
IRL
Ro goes back with
intimidation
the chicken in the cloak and starts walking back to where Narath and Silas are.
Wait, is the chicken in the cloak?
I assume. Is it not?
But like, is it showing?
Yeah, it is. It's just
No.
I'm just holding it.
I'm gonna
And
pass some fucking
chicken.
persuasion checks, okay, to get me to not kill that chicken on sight.
Well, okay. While the chase was going on, with Ro loudly shouting, "Astorium, return to me at one," and like there's just stomping and Blink's running, and so all that's happening. But what are you three doing down here?
I don't know what the fuck we're doing anymore.
Well, while all of that was happening, Silas was perturbed by the fact that the crate was empty but still sealed, so he's taking a moment to investigate the crate to see if there's any
Makes sense.
signs that there was something in it.
There's a faint residue in the crate. It's some kind of dark powder, maybe black or brown.
Does it seem to be chemical or biological?
Hard to say, but your best guess is that there's some kind of like it could be sawdust or it could be some kind of composite material that a byproduct of some kind of process. It doesn't seem like something you've encountered in the other crates, but you can't be sure.
Are there any markings on the inside of the walls of the crate?
There is a single line of quite difficult to see on the inside of the crate, but your search does prove somewhat fruitful. I say somewhat because you can't read what it says, but it is jagged runes, sort of like the ones that you saw on the alarm dial in the middle of the chamber.
Is the crate so damaged that it could not be put back together?
The top part is pretty caved in, but you could probably prop it all back up.
I'm going to do my best to kind of put everything back, and I will, for anything that's a little too messed up, I'm going to cast Mending.
Okay, with a little bit of the magical touch, you're able to restore the integrity of this crate. In a very loud way, apparently. So, Narath and Darex, you were watching Silas do his work and investigation. Are you two exchanging words or just sort of looking frustratedly in the direction of wherever all the noise is coming from between
No,
Ro, Blink, and
Darks
Ashtar.
hasn't done grilling him yet.
Oh,
So
okay.
while everyone is yelling about the chicken, while everyone is done,
Yeah.
he's just like, whatever. They're all stupid. They're gonna chase a chicken. Let them do whatever. Smoothskins are dumb.
You're dumb.
Don't be mad. Don't be mad, bro.
I like how Draconin are the way we play them. They're like just basically macho elves. Like elves just always feel like they're superior, but we do it, but it's good.
True.
Well, we aren't the baddies, Hans.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's right.
True.
Yes, you're all
Yeah.
petty and beneath us, but we're cool.
Don't worry, there'll be some
Um,
Draconin tyranny at some point. Maybe not in this campaign, but at some point.
You
Yeah,
gotta
there's
make-
black Draconin. We gotta kill them all.
Yes, that's what it is.
Canonically,
And-
that isn't too far from truth. Go ahead, Derek.
Yeah. So crap. What was the last thing I was thinking about it? And stupid chicken conversation ruined everything. I've been trying to think.
Yeah,
Of
see,
that.
I was
See, it's a good
practical.
distraction.
It
Yeah,
is a
you
good
wanted to kill
distraction.
the chicken, Narath. I just saved your ass.
I was too busy laughing how dumb the conversation was about the stupid chicken.
I
Okay.
still can't believe the diversion worked.
That was fucking picturesque.
While Silas is like standing there, Darius is gonna ask, "Why did you lie? Why did you say you belonged to him, to his group?"
Can you say this in Draconic or in Common?
No, he says in common.
Narath will respond in Common. That was my cover story to get across the bridge. We met each other in the bar previously. He was in on it.
Right. And you persisted in this story for some time, even within the manor, with me.
I did not know that we would be traveling together as long as we are, or that we would end up finding something so precious that would require us to work together long term. It would have been overly complex
So
to
what
expand things.
artifact were you going to procure?
We sensed the gem wardens of my clan sensed a great evil coming from this city and sent me to investigate. You and I both found that. He says this in Draconic. I was merely the scout, the herald. I told you as much.
Yes, and when will your clanmates be making their appearance?
When my investigation is concluded. We are not without enemies here, without enemies, and our reputation precedes us, as the Inquisitor showed you.
Dirks is going
To commit
to.
ourselves to a large-scale operation here would usually be too troublesome. We like to handle things discreetly, which is why your clan is necessary to house the egg, and not my own.
Around this point, Ro and Blink, but not Ashtorium, will return with a mildly squawking chicken. And Silas, did you want to wrap anything up about your preparations or restoration of the box before you see the two of them approach? You did get your cover story with Narath invoked to make it obvious that Darix is aware that Narath is no longer a priest of Savras, but feel free to respond to anything else in the meanwhile.
Yeah, so wrapping up the box. Okay, so finishing up with the crate, Silas will step over and he'll look at the derricks and he'll say, "It is true that it was not a completely honest story, but in Narath's defense, I also was unsure of how long I would be speaking with any of you, or if we even all had the same goals. It's a bit of a mutual strangers kind of thing. However, I think we're past that now, and if Narath does wish to be a student of Savras, he and you are welcome.
Derek snorts at this.
Narath has a poker face, as much as a
Right.
silver draconin can have one.
All right. So, Ro, you free to announce your arrival. Besides the fact that you're stopping on over.
I have returned with the chicken. I have procured it from Ashtorium, and Blink has come with me. He promises not to pull any further shenanigans.
Is it so normal here in Smooth Skidlands to be fascinated with something so mundane?
I don't know. Blink probably hasn't had a chicken before.
The
It's
answer
true.
is no.
Wait, Narath. I would like to make it be known. Look at this chicken. He has healed himself, miraculously. This is, obviously, some sort of sacred chicken.
Are you trying to lie to me or persuade me?
He did roll
He did try to roll persuasion, but your passive insight will get past that. So, while the chicken does look entirely healed, which is strange to you, the cover story of Blink, Blink does not believe it to be a sacred chicken. You know that much.
But yeah, he doesn't believe in sacred things, so sacred chicken, yeah.
I do not care if it is a chicken sent by the gods themselves. If it makes another noise, I will kill it. You have 5 minutes to figure out how to shut it up permanently.
The chicken looks directly at Narath, and there is a squawk heard, but it is not from that chicken. It's coming from the room.
Oh no. Is there more of them?
Scowl and just like,
Dax runs
Donkey
inside.
over.
He runs inside. No!
There's a chicken pecking at the egg.
Oh, Darks just
Oh my fuck.
takes this chicken as hard as he can. He punts the chicken.
no.
No, you gotta let me punt the chicken. You were there first. I
Yeah,
gotta punt
it's
the
true. You
chicken.
get the first dibs on punching the chicken.
What is that? Athletics? What is it?
Are you
Strength? I
you're
don't
just
know.
punching it?
I'm literally punching it. I'm just kicking the chicken as hard as I can.
I'm just gonna kick it into the wall.
Yeah, what do I
assume.
roll for that?
Yeah, you can do athletics. That'll be your to hit roll, and then your damage will just be your like 1d4 plus strength.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well-
that works. That works.
There's no way a chicken has an armor class greater than 10.
Yeah.
No,
10
what's
would be
what
the
you
most
said?
I would expect.
It's pretty small. It might be
1d4?
hard to hit. Yeah, just do 1d4 plus what's your strength?
No. The chicken
Plus
has
1.
like a
1d4 plus
AC of 2.
No, it probably has more than 2. But
4. Okay.
Okay, hey, that's
killed
pretty
it.
good. You just
I would expect
are
an
you
AC
kicking
of,
it or
like,
punching
8
it?
or 6.
I am kicking it. I'm punting it. I'm
You-
kicking the chicken like all the way across the room as hard as I can.
Darix, you run forward to save eternity from the ferocious beast that now pecks at it. Your foot, your boot, collides with this absolutely unexpected creature, and you make physical contact with it fast enough, hard enough to send it absolutely careening into the wall, where it explodes in a puff of feathers and blood.
Oh,
He's so confused. He doesn't know where he's at, what's happening anymore.
Sends him back to Nom from kicking a chicken.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, why are there chickens pecking eggs? Why are they magical? I don't understand.
Watching this, Blink is going to turn to Ro and hold out his arms and ask him for the chicken.
well, you saw what happened to the other chicken. If you want this one to live, I suggest keeping a close eye on it. And then Ro hands over the chicken.
Blink is going to take the chicken. He's still in the cloak, and he's just going to place it down right here next to the bed that he is claiming. And as he places it down, he'll stand back up and he'll look at it, and very sincerely, trying to convey the utmost of importance, is just going to hold his finger to his lips.
The chicken makes its beak move as if to respond to you by squawking, but no sound comes out, as if to say that it can be silent.
He's going to pet the chicken.
The chicken accepts your pets and then watches you carefully, as well as the rest of the room, for that matter.
Is there no peace to be found here? Is there no rest? Is nothing sacred? Are even your chickens blasphemous?
Picks up
Darix,
the chicken and
they-
just like
They might
Tries
just
to
be
eat it.
stupid.
I don't believe chickens know what dragon eggs are.
I have never, in my 30 summers, seen a chicken assault an egg.
Well,
I've
You
never
know,
seen
you
a
can
chicken
make
before.
yeah.
Stupid creatures. Ah.
What's Narath doing with that chicken?
trying to eat it.
Yeah.
Conan can eat raw meat, right?
It's not recommended, but you can. You might have.
Especially not
no,
chicken.
I can't.
You
thought-
might
I
have
think
shits
only
later.
Rogue can eat raw meat without having any issues.
You'll just have to pass, creatures of
The
high
constitution.
constitution are capable of downing it without having issues. You just need to pass the check. So
Well, don't let the other chicken see this. It might be offended.
Nice
Thankfully.
nat 1 on the chicken
Sure.
test, bro.
that
This
chicken
chicken is
must.
fucking owning you, Narath.
Narath, you attempt to choke down the remnants of the chicken that are still edible, the bones and the marrow and the meat as well. Unfortunately, this chicken was foul.
Nah!
Destroyed.
Narath vomit.
Yes, Narath does vomit, but at my joke, not at the chicken.
He said it was foul.
He did,
All right, well,
and he meant it.
watching Narath vomit and
Didn't vomit on the chicken's corpse.
understanding that this day has gotten somehow dimmer, Blink is going to say, as much fun as I've had, and I have had fun, as he'll say that as he looks at Ro. He's gonna turn back to the party, kind of take a step back and say, we should probably go to bed before the 10 plus guards come knocking on the door.
Yeah, we'll need all our rest when they come and assault us.
Varax may have the first watch, as he said, but we will be taking turns.
You all stay asleep and I will stay awake. I'm not
We need
concerned
to
at
all be at tip-top shape in case things go south, Varax. Now, will not your selfish pride actually threaten the safety of the egg?
It is not pride, as I trust none of you.
Derek's, you take the first watch with the egg, and then I will swap out with you a little bit later on.
He says nothing to this. He's not agreeing. He's not saying anything.
You can even sleep in here. I'm not asking you to leave. Just try to get some rest so that you're not exhausted tomorrow.
The Wrath will say, you really think that we would go to this length to smuggle this egg and to kill all of those horrors, only to destroy it tonight?
Given everything I have seen thus far on this forsaken continent, it would not be out of possibility.
Blink, trying to be the reasonable one in this situation, is going to say, Darks, I understand at least a little bit your worriness, but I personally have watched that egg eviscerate a monstrosity that we have had at least a little bit of trouble with today. I don't think anyone here is going to touch that egg. Especially knowing after what you just did to that chicken, as if the egg wasn't bad enough.
Kick me into a wall and eviscerate me too.
We will need your help for the 10 plus guards in case they come knocking. I'm not saying leave the egg alone, but do get some rest.
Darks will sigh and snort. And he'll say nothing, but you can tell he's, slightly persuaded. He'll just not gonna
The
say
egg
anything.
can maybe protect itself a little bit.
Like, he doesn't even need to leave the egg side. He just needs to sleep next to the egg.
With that, he'll look to Silas and say, "Let me know when you are done, and I can take over. I'm going to bed."
Blink does have a point. I honestly think, especially after my experience earlier, that the egg is stronger than any of us.
That may be, but I have a divine mission, and I will not leave.
That is honorable.
He's gonna park himself up against the crate and just, start his watch.
Silas will unpack his bedroll and kind of make it a little more comfortable by stacking it up with the other one that was laid out in here. And he'll take like a kind of a sitting position against the wall and sleep that way.
Okay, gotcha. So you're close by, should anything happen. Everybody else settling in for the evening, it seems like?
Yep.
Okay.
Vena's quiet, right?
Yep.
Is everybody's head made quiet?
Everyone except for Astorium's.
So Narath will say within his mind, I hope whatever it is you're facing, my dear, you overcome, and quickly. I worry about the recent turn of events. And then he gets ready to sleep. I sent you a message in my character thread, Pro. Just so you know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think we'll be fast forwarding per se, super fast, so.
Ro's gonna close the door before he goes to bed.
That's a good idea, Ro. Very, very smart, very astute.
Is it locked? Is it barricaded? Is it all those things?
You guys started to talk about that, but you did not.
I'll do it.
Okay, which door do we want to barricade, or do we barricade both of them?
Both of them. Absolutely.
Just lock it. Just lock it.
Barricaded too.
We don't need to barricade it because there's gonna be dwarves coming.
Then we'll unbarricade it when they come.
Alright, we'll barricade the fucking thing.
Thank you.
We'll move two of the crates here.
There you go.
Yeah, just one crate in front of each door. As long as they're heavy
That's
enough.
how it's going to be, one crate in front of each door. And you're locking both doors?
Yep.
Alrighty. Okay, so, Narath, as you finish your barricading on Darix's insistence, and make sure that each door is locked, you begin to get ready to tuck into bed. You do notice, however, that the pillar on the dial is one tick towards the east, signaling a minor increase in danger.
Yeah, Narath informed everyone about that, so maybe if Darax is keeping watch, he wants to be near the dial.
Yeah, that's
Darix
a
wants
good
to be
idea.
near the egg. Oh, okay.
I want to be near both. I can stand here and be near both.
Yeah, he just needs to be able to see it,
Dude,
basically.
just pace between them constantly the whole night.
There you go.
Or I could just stand right here in the middle of the doorway. That's perfect.
Yeah.
All right, gives you good vision on everything. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. All right, is everybody getting ready for their long rest then? Besides obviously Darix doing his stay up first watch thing. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So
Can't seem to open up my character sheet for some reason.
try left clicking and dragging anywhere, and then re-clicking your character.
But can I press the long rest button?
I
For the
will.
peop-
I will advance it for you. What's up, Colin?
For the people who are most attentive, you'll see that as he gets ready to sleep, Blink turns back into his, I guess it would be alpha form, his changeling form.
You gonna make that?
I don't want to press the button because it sounds disgusting.
You gonna make the gross sound? No. Just.
You know, just because you said that.
No. No. Gross.
That was
Darix,
the sound of
you
me
watched
kicking
that.
the chicken, buddy.
Yeah. Darix is horrified and disgusted, and he hates everything here even more.
Scarred for life.
Yeah, he's just.
He turns away to look at the egg instead to remind him that
Yeah,
there's still good things in the world.
Yeah, exactly. He understands why the gods don't answer prayers here. He gets it. He really does understand.
In the back of Derek's mind, ever so faintly, he hears his own voice echo. Is this wise?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But he does this for a higher purpose, a greater purpose. So you will
Yeah.
endure.
Cross a bridge, they said. It'll be easy, they said.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Go on your pilgrimage, said the elders. You will learn much about the world. You will grow in humility and faith. Ah!
He did indeed learn much about the world.
Yeah.
He learned that the Starfather made an ugly world.
Hey, this continent sure is ugly.
All right. The first little hour of your rests will go relatively uneventfully. The footfalls above, for Darix's sake, will become slightly less active as the night wears on. There's the sound of what you imagine must be brooms scratching against the floor as barkeeps and the like make their preparations for the next day. Occasionally, you hear the sound of more urgent footfalls, but it's very occasional, and each time the dial remains fixed at its, you could describe it as a 1 o'clock position on the dial. However, at about the end of that 1 hour mark, approximately, so you surmise, there's a sound of a doorway, a door latch being sort of unlocked, and a door of some kind creaking open. It's muffled, but you'll still hear it yourself, Darix. It's not loud enough to wake anybody else up.
It's right above me.
No, it sounds like it's coming from, like, outside this chamber, but perhaps on the same floor as you now. Something else moving into the cellar.
Something else moving into the cellar. Okay, well. It's gonna low. Is it from the right? Like, which door do I hear it from?
The south door below you
Okay.
would be the closest one.
He's going to eye the door, pull out his morning star, and still keep. No, he's gonna look. He's gonna look at the dial. He's gonna look at the dial.
The dial has not moved. There seems to be no further threat.
Still, he's gonna keep his weapon out and eye the door.
Can you
See
roll
where
a
they come.
perception check for me?
Yes, sir, I can. 18.
All right, Darix. Your keen ears are certainly adept at this situation. Your senses are dialed in, fighting the many urges of your body to fall to slumber. In spite of your lack of rest, you hear almost crystal clear through the door and the walls of this cellar chamber the sound of a faint lock being popped open, maybe a slight wooden creaking, and then, perhaps to your chagrin, squawking. A minor, quiet squawking, but a squawking nonetheless.
More chicken.
Just as you start to sort of sigh in a mixture of perhaps disgust and annoyance, there's a sudden, perhaps slightly stomach-turning, slicing sound of bone and blood, and the squawking subsides. Then footfalls, moving away, fading into the distance, before the door, the same sort of sound of a door opening and latch unlocking happens in reverse with some kind of hatch shutting and the door locking. Then it's back to the same silence.
What did you say?
Snacking on a bird.
Yeah, somebody got eaten. Or,
You make the connection that I just saved that chicken's life.
yes.
Chickens don't matter.
So if there's nothing else, we can move on for the next leg of the wait.
Yes. Darks will keep this in mind, though. So, but he's not leaving his room.
Okay.
If it's been an hour, has it been an hour?
It's been 1 hour so far, that's right.
Okay, well. Darks will remain awake until someone else wakes up to shift.
So there's 6 of us, so probably like 2 hours each.
He will wait.
All right. The next hour really takes quite a while to get going here, Darix. There's even less sounds to stimulate the senses. Even fewer dwarven patrons seem to be frequenting the tavern at these hours. Instead, there's odd shuffling and occasional doors opening, but only for just a moment. The sounds of you know, your imagination will fill in the gaps, perhaps the sounds of hushed whispers or rumors spreading, tongue wagging, they said, might be filling the air. Yet, nothing concrete, nothing that your senses are able to pick up. There's a distinct sharpness and clarity to the next set of footfalls, however, as they go from being muffled to perhaps slightly less obscured. The sound of someone descending the same staircase that you and your party descended.
Okay, do I need to roll another perception check?
Well, what are you trying to do?
Like, I've been hearing footfalls all night, right?
Yeah.
So, like, I kind of know what stunties move like.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So I want to basically, is it a stunty footfall or is it some other footfall?
Sure, yeah, roll a perception check for me.
12.
With a roll of 12, Darix, your best guess is that it is indeed a dwarven or otherwise small statured individual. Rather heavy footfalls, perhaps a male, moving through the various crates on the outside. There's the sound of bottles clinking. That is probably the loudest sound you've heard in some time. And it seems to conclude rather suddenly before the footfalls begin to ascend the staircase.
Interesting. So there's been 2 different people down here tonight.
So far, that's right.
So far, and nobody has come knocking or answering the door. And like as I hear the footfalls, I look back at the dial. I assume it's still safe.
The dial has shifted back towards the 12 o'clock position, indicating a fall in threat.
Okay, that's very good. All right.
So who wants to take first shift here? Was that going to be Silas after 2 hours, or is that going to be somebody else?
I was gonna be the next one to relieve Derek's.
Okay, that was what I remember being planned for as well. I don't know if it was discreetly planned anybody else would be coming up after, but
It was Blink.
Narath would want to take a shift.
Right. So would Narath go after Blink, or would Ro go after Blink?
Roll me a chest check, Blink.
Ha!
By
Nah,
chance.
I already told Silas to wake me up.
Besides
Yeah,
that.
Blink did. At the end of the conversation, Blink said he'd go next.
Okay. That's what I
Yeah.
thought. I heard.
Fine, I'm after Blink.
Okay, so Ro will take what might be
Last
the final
or
shift.
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because at that point it'll be 10 hours, which will be enough for everybody who paused their long rest for 8 hours to be
For the two, yeah.
yeah. So I guess maybe the last shift Ashtorian would also hang out or whatever, since he'd be fully charged. Okay. So Silas is going to be the first to arouse, unless Darix wants to wake him up himself, but I think Silas is probably soldier enough to, or not necessarily soldier, but like aware enough and in tune with his body enough to wake up on the right time. So we'll say that Silas, you're gonna awake only feeling partially refreshed from your slumber, though you can sense it was much needed after all you and your body have been through over the past few, what feels like days, but really I suppose it's only been a few hours. As you come to, you'll note that Darix is still standing vigil, though he has shifted from where you last saw him.
Everything is definitely sore. Silas doesn't want to get up, but he forces himself up. And he'll pass around the side of the curtain, and he'll try to make eye contact with Derek's, and he'll say, "Anything to report?"
2 footfalls. One earlier, about an hour ago. I heard another squawking. He makes a really, like a grimace. And then something, I am sure, ate it right outside the door. I heard bones crunching, flesh being torn.
I mean, did it sound like it was going into a maw, or do you think perhaps they were just breaking its neck to take it to the kitchen?
No, they ate it. I am sure of it.
Well,
I do presume that is unusual for smoothskins to eat raw chicken.
I mean, it's unusual to me, at least.
It does sound like something a gnoll would do. But Ro is the only one of his kind that we know of here, yes?
And
It not-
you didn't see him leave the room, right?
No, he has been sleeping here the entire night. And then later, I cannot be certain, but I am more than sure that it was a stunted one, a bearded one. And that happened only perhaps half an hour ago. And those have been the only sounds. Although, perhaps it might be good to note that the person that killed the obnoxious feathered creature did enter a door somewhere down here. The dial also signaled some slight danger. Nothing extreme, but some of it. That is all I have to report.
Well, that is a bit unusual, I must say, but I will keep my eyes and ears peeled.
Very well. He looks very reluctant, but he blinks several times, and I mean, he hasn't actually slept since that short nap or whatever before, so it's been like 2 days since he's actually slept, really. So
I know you are reluctant, Derek's, but I will not let you down. I will wake you if anything threatens the safety of the egg.
of all here, Silas, you are the only one I trust.
Well, that is flattering to know.
he's gonna wiggle under the blanket, but like even as his eyes close, he's still like facing the direction of the egg. Like, he's not
Is he
even...
taking his armor off to get a little comfier, or is he still remaining as?
Oh no!
Yeah,
Oh
okay.
no!
I didn't think so. I just wanted to double check.
Oh no! Not a chance.
Yeah.
You
All
know,
right.
you know what? He will take his boots off.
Okay.
He'll take his boots off. That's it. Nothing else. Take his greaves off.
Mhm.
Give his big scaly toes some breathing.
Is this curtain on a string? Does it like pull back and forth?
You could give Darix some privacy if you so desired.
Oh no, I'm going to pull it towards this wall over here, and then Silas is going to take a seat and lean his back against the door so that he can see the egg, the dial, and have his head against the door to listen for any movement outside.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, there is a crate blocking the door, so you can sort of rest against that to have one ear on it, so to speak, while you glance towards the dial and also have a kind of dead-on gaze towards the egg. Okay.
And with that, I begin my watch.
All right. Hopefully, the slow going kind of boil of what's out there, what's going on, isn't too dull for everybody else who's watching, who's not actively on watch. Because this is the part where, if this was like a full blown movie, sort of like
This is where the suspense builds.
yeah, this is where the eerie string music would start playing. All right, Silas, you've begun your watch. The sounds of footfalls are quieter and more rare than you remember hearing before your slumber. They are still persistent, yet for the first 20 or so minutes of your watch, there's not really much to report other than their occasional movement. You try your best to remain as vigilant as ever. Every sudden change in the atmosphere of the born from the feet moving up above is one of those things that kind of shocks you back fully alert in case you had been drifting in the interim. It's a almost torturous experience, awaiting something that might be different. But there is one sound about 20 minutes into your watch that will certainly cut through the malaise. Another sound of a door opening. Perhaps what Darix was reporting earlier. Yet, this one seems to come from the other side of the cellar, and there were no footfalls that preceded it.
Okay, so I just hear the sound like suddenly, and there's nothing before it.
Correct. The sound of someone opening a door, like a door unlatching and swinging open relatively fast, but not like as you might have a door open by someone who's casually walking into a place they've known before. So it's not like it slams open, it's not like a slow eerie creak either. But it's coming from the opposite side of the structure.
So it could maybe be someone who works down here who's kind of in a hurry.
Yeah, you could surmise that.
All right, I will be listening closely, but I make no conclusions yet.
There's relatively swift strides moving, and you start to hear it creak towards the right-hand side of the cellar, the east side, I should say. And then, much clearer than before, you'll hear the footsteps descend past the southern door and southern wall, indicating that they've moved to a place more close to you and easier for you to perceive.
Does it sound like they're specifically coming closer to the door, or does it sound like they're just moving down the hallway?
More so down the hallway, yeah.
Okay. I'm definitely like listening closely for the first sign that something is coming for the door. And I guess on that note, he will glance towards the sundial.
It does not seem like the sundial has shifted. It still aims towards the northern door, dead on, indicating that there is no increase or decrease in threat. The footsteps continue to move towards the south, as if the figure that is moving is searching for something along the southernmost wall of the cellar. Can you roll me a perception check?
17.
With a roll of 17, Silas, your ears are more than enough to pick up what happens next. There's shifting of crates, wood dragging on wood, an unpleasant sound, even when even despite the fact that it's separated by a wall. After that, a male voice, gruff and apparently disappointed, gives out a very audible sigh and almost a tone of like a somber tone of some kind. The footsteps then begin to move as more crates are shuffled, and the figure begins to move north now along the western part of the wall, past where Ludman slumbers.
Did the sound seem like it came from the far bottom left corner where that skin crate was?
Yep, exactly.
As the sound came away from there, was it possible to tell by listening that they were bringing the crate with them, or that they were carrying anything?
There was the sound of wood on wood again as crates were shuffled and moved, but beyond that, you can't really be sure. Though the strides did seem to slow, it's not a surefire indication of anything.
He is slightly perturbed by this, but he takes no action.
Once the footsteps fall quiet again, it seems as if the figure has vanished without a trace, as you did not detect any footsteps moving up the stairs that you came from, nor further beyond the western wall. 10 minutes hang in the air, seconds feeling like an eternity. And then a sudden crash, the sound of wood splintering, and a hurried set of footsteps moving away towards the staircase and eventually up it.
Does this crash wake any of us up?
It's not like massive loud crash. It's more like it just absolutely cut through the silence in the air. So it startled Silas, but I don't think anybody else would be awakened. At least not looking at your all passive perceptions.
He's a little shook, and then he glances back to the sundial again.
There's no indication that the sundial has shifted. It seems as if it is entirely disinterested in this set of events.
Now, think to himself, if the danger is not increasing, then perhaps they are not regarding anything that goes on here as dangerous.
If you will take no action, we'll move forward in time.
That's right.
Silas, another 20 minutes passes. You're not even an hour into your shift when there's a movement at the corner of your eyes. It tugs you back into the current moment. Any thoughts you may have been lost in are soon discarded as you regard this dial has shifted 2 clicks over to the east, indicating a sharp jump in danger.
Okay. At this, Silas stands up walks over and acknowledges the sundial, and then he takes a step over to the east wall and he places his ear against it and tries to hear for. His first instinct will be to listen for lots of footsteps.
All right, give me a perception roll. Okay. With a roll of 15, Silas, while your first instinct is to listen to footsteps, none greet your ears. You've been hearing footfalls all night long, even if there were minutes between them. But the last footstep you heard, as you try to recall this information on the spot despite your fatigued state, tells you that you last heard movement maybe 10 minutes ago. And that was upstairs, nothing down here. The absence of footfalls continues to, shall we say, hold you in suspense. Eventually, though, there is a different sound. One you can scarcely believe you can detect from your current vantage point. It's the sound of a wagon rolling on the street. It's very faint, but you've heard it many times. A horse-drawn vehicle of sorts. Seems to be nearing the tavern.
Um, yes, I don't know how much Silas would actually know about wagons, but does it seem to be a large wagon, a small wagon, like a for caretaking people, or
Based on your perception roll, you aren't able to discern the apparent size of the wagon. However,
fair enough?
you will recall that Blink did not make mention of a wagon. He simply said people on foot. So if this is the Inquisition, they would have stopped to get a ride along the way.
I do not trust this.
You hear the sound of another set of footsteps descending from what you must imagine is a staircase along the northern part of the construction. You recall the staircase that seemed to lead to the tavern's second floor, and perhaps that is what you are hearing right now. Someone from there descending to the ground floor of the structure. They scurry over to the western part of the wall and seem to be opening a door of sorts as if to welcome someone in. And 3 distinct pairs of footfalls will follow, indicating that at least 2 guests have entered the tavern at an ungodly hour.
Silas is going to try to quietly pick up another crate and stack it, the one on the north door.
Okay. So that will make the northern door no longer, like, you won't be able to see the door past the 2 crates because they're now, stacked up enough. So
Yep.
I'll just quickly configure it like so. Ready?
And then you said the western wall, so
That's right.
he's going to look for the best spot to try and listen in on the conversation if he can hear anything.
Okay. It seems like the guests have moved further towards the southern wall, as if perhaps sitting at the tavern, at the bar rather.
He's basically just trying to get closest to the noise to see if anything is possible to make out.
Okay. They seem to take a seat somewhere right above where you're currently standing, conveniently enough.
And then he will just try to be as quiet as possible and listen.
The tones aren't strong enough or clear enough to make out in terms of specific words, and you're not sure that you would understand whatever language is being spoken anyway. But despite that, you can still listen to the tones of voices and perhaps indicate the sort of discussion that is being had. There's one voice that sounds somewhat familiar. Perhaps it is the dwarven barkeep that you had met previously, Katerino. Then, what's followed is a very low, raspy voice. One that definitely does not seem to belong to a dwarf. Or at least if it does, it must be in worse shape than Narath. Though the raspiness and low pitch of the voice does make it difficult to surmise the kind of tone, the response seems rather cowed, or perhaps disappointed, and that response does come from Katerino himself, or who you believe to be him anyway.
I need to hear this. And Silas will pull the south crate away from the door just enough that he can crack it, and he will listen for any movement, and then open the door so that it's slightly ajar.
All right. As you shift your crate over and pop open the door slightly, you don't hear anything immediate on this particular floor. I mean, there's like you see the candles are still lit and the other such objects are still, glowing. But you don't hear anything in particular that would arouse suspicion about this floor. So the conversation will continue up top.
So, poking his head out and looking up, are there any support beams or trellises where there's like a small space between the ceiling and a beam?
Those would be on the far, the far west and the far east. There's those kind of big constructions of sturdy wood that the lanterns are attached to.
Okay. Silas is going to snap his fingers and summon the hawk.
Oh, okay.
Forgot about the hawk.
That chicken was a good distraction.
Are you able to summon it, or should I throw it on there?
Will you throw it down for me real quick?
Yeah, that's fine. It's on your character.
All right. And then seeing it, he will say, I need you to go and do a little spying for me. I will be with you. And if anything should happen, return to me. And then he will kind of let it go out into the southern space. And as he comes back into the room, he will shut the door, put the crate back, sit down, and he will activate the feature of Find Familiar where he transfers his visual and audio senses to the hawk.
Okay. As you do this, your vision will sort of collapse and then explode into far more color than what you're accustomed to. It will take some time for you to get used to it, but at this point you've become accustomed to this sort of transformation in visual cortex. You eventually do find yourself aloft, flapping in slow circles, arcing through the stale air of the cellar. Though your hawk seems more interested in the chicken inside the crate than anything else in the room immediately.
Silas, using his will guide the hawk to go no more than 100 feet away, but to, within that range, try to get as close to the source of the conversation as possible, and then try to listen using the hawk senses.
All right, should be about there. So the hawk has, I forget what perception even uses. Is that wisdom or?
Yeah, it's wisdom, and the hawk has
a
its own
+2.
stat block.
Yeah. So, all right. In that case, we can go ahead and roll it. Oh, look at that. All right, I will reveal that to you guys. So with a whopping 21, Silas, your hawk is able to suddenly hear, a lot more clearly than what you yourself could hear, given this predator bird's certainly an upgrade in audio-visual senses. Despite the distractions of the now terrified chicken, the hawk is still able to properly hear more distinctly the discussions of Keterinho, whose voice now rings out much more clearly, as well as the mysterious speaker that rasped before. Keterinho is in the middle of the sentence as you sort of listen in with your hawk. Was trying to tell you that there's no hope for this operation without your resources. And you came all this way here just to tell me no. What follows is that sickening raspiness that, now that you can comprehend the words, you rather wish you hadn't. Please, Keterinho. I am puppeted by forces that beheld certain things when they visited the Isle. My goal remains clear, and your operation will not suffice. We will continue to fulfill our contracts, but only until the end of the month. Then you are on your own. At this, Keterinho seems to sigh in a resigned way, and he says, Then drink my ale and be gone. You are of no use to me. The conversation seems to fall to a quiet. The chicken does not, however.
Chicken.
I think it's safe to assume that Silas is not familiar with this person, right?
That's correct, nor what kind of constitution or visage such a speaker would have, given that they seem very beleaguered, almost like they're afflicted by some kind of malady. But they're well enough to talk and drink, apparently.
Well, Silas is keeping mental notes of this, but he's going to continue listening as long as he is able to.
Okay. There will be another few minutes that will pass before the sort of sounds of people adjusting their seats, rising from them, and slowly moving back towards the western entrance occurs. It seems that the guests have left without a word. And while you only heard one speaker that whole time, even before you relied on the senses of your hawk, you do definitely detect the sound of two sets of footfalls, as if two men or creatures were leaving. Then there's a more prolonged pause before Keterinho, you presume, begins walking towards the southeasternmost quarter of your of the overall complex and swings open a hatch. Lamplight rather begins to pour through the visage of your hawk, and you are immediately aware of the fact that if Keterinho does descend down this ladder, he will almost certainly spot your hawk.
All right. Silas will snap his fingers and the hawk will disappear.
Yes, sir.
And then he'll just sit there thinking about what he's heard and leading and listening.
Indeed, because Keterinho seems to be walking quite quickly down the stairs, faster than you might have anticipated given the circumstances, and he saunters in the direction of what you at first think is the southern door, but he makes a sharp turn, and there's a sound of impact as wood hits wood. He mouths some kind of angry sentence or syllable in a language you do not immediately recognize. And then the chicken falls silent, but you can detect that it is still alive. It seems Ketarinho has kicked the cage to quiet the creature. Then, muttering to under his breath, he seems to withdraw.
Glad we all hate the chicken.
Ashtorium doesn't.
My Storm's a sweetie pie. What can we say?
With this whole exchange having passed, Silas will look back towards the sundial.
The sundial holds steady at the 2 o'clock position, but as you wrap your gaze around it for a little bit longer, you see it tick back towards the 1 o'clock position, perhaps indicating that danger is fading.
About how long has it been?
As of now, you're about ending the first hour of your watch.
Okay. Silas will take a moment to. He'll go over to his pack quietly, take out a piece of parchment and ink, and then he'll come back over and write down what he heard of the conversation and any names.
Got it. All right.
Very smart.
Keeping notes makes sense. Will there be any other action Silas takes before time marches on?
No, he'll just be working on that for now.
A few more footfalls begin to move through the tavern, seemingly directly above this area, this chamber. From memory, that sounds like maybe someone trying to set something up on the table that you saw Blink move towards when you first patronized this tavern. But you're not sure. The footfalls gradually recede. Another 20 or so minutes will pass before you hear the next footfall. It seems things have gotten quite quiet in this tavern. That footfall seems to pass by with no pause or inquiry, and a door seems to open in the much more distant manner, so you're suspecting it might be the eastern one, the way that you came into the tavern. Somebody leaving in the wee hours, perhaps.
Does it sound like a dwarf leaving?
The footfalls are not very quick, so if they are a dwarf, they are a rather slow one.
Interesting. Does it sound like the bartender went back upstairs?
Yes, it does. You heard the latch earlier, so whatever hatch he's using to access the cellar is being kept locked when he's not in use.
Okay. Silas will crack the door again and resummon the hawk.
All right.
And then he will once again go under its vision and just kind of have it do a sweep around the lower floor here to see if anything has changed.
All right. Your hawk is once again very interested in this chicken that is now, once again, squawking in the cage. This bird seems to be a very good alarm.
So the chicken will alert us in addition to the dial if anything is coming our way.
The hawk will survive the squawking by flying away from the chicken and more towards the eastern area. You behold a door directly to the northeast and sense that there is glimmering glyphs. The hawk's senses not able to decipher those glyphs, but they are sort of flashing in a way or flickering in a way that it did not when you set your eyes upon the door earlier.
So it seems like it may have been magically locked since we originally saw it.
Perhaps there's definitely something different about it, but it could be the hawk's senses as well.
Okay, noted.
The hawk will continue sweeping towards the northwest, where there's a dejected door that seems to have sat in relative disuse. Nothing remarkable seems to be there. As the hawk rounds the bend to scan the western part of the room, you'll note that the crate that you had attempted to mend earlier has seemingly been smashed against many other crates that had already been separated from the rest of the pack for want of being repaired.
So it's does it look like somebody just came and like broke it open once, or does it look like they just went to town on it?
You suspect that, based on what you're seeing, it was one singular crash that did this crate in. There's not a lot of, like, extra blows that have been landed on it, from what your hawk can tell.
Okay. Anything else different down here?
Nope. Your hawk can either try to go towards the stairs or round the bend again to once again be staring at the chicken on the south part of the floor.
I'll just have it come back and perch in front of the south door, and I'll be listening through it for any movement other than the chicken.
As the hawk rounds the bend, it regards the empty cage where a chicken once was, and then does as you ask it to, perching by the door.
Did the chicken just disappear?
Doesn't seem to be in the cage anymore.
Is the cage open?
The cage appears locked.
Okay, look, the hawk is now going to look from left to right for any sign of the chicken.
How long will the hawk do this for?
Let's say three left and right looks back to back.
No sign of the chicken.
Silas snaps his fingers and unsummons the hawk.
Yes, sir.
He then looks across the room at the other chicken next to Blink.
The steady rise and fall underneath Blink's spare cloak seems to indicate that the chicken is slumbering.
He will then look at the sundial.
The sundial holds steady at the 1 o'clock position, indicating a slight rise in danger from the time you took your watch, but nothing more.
Silas is now slightly freaked out about the chicken.
That's a sentence.
All right, just listening and waiting.
All right. The rest of your watch passes without issue or incident. So it will soon be time for Blink to be roused from his slumber.
Okay, does Blink wake up or does he need a shake?
It's a good question, Blink.
Would I be used to waking up at like a pre-scheduled time, since it's kind of what I do for a job?
I think so, yeah. You'd probably be able to get yourself up.
Then yeah, Blink will just get himself up, still in changeling form.
All right, Blink, you're in changeling form and you're looking to Silas. I assume Silas is also looking at you. And
Yeah,
maybe
I'll
if
stand
you're
up.
slightly freaked out, I don't know. What do you think, Silas?
Yeah, I like to imagine you're in the bedroll, so it's like kind of hard to tell how you looked.
Oh,
And
yeah.
then you get up and it's just like, oh.
First the chicken, now this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Blink waking up while he's in the bedroll, he will look at the chicken and he will, assuming that it is still seemingly there, he won't disturb the chicken. And then as he stands up, he'll look to Silas, and then he'll look to the sundial.
Silas will motion for you to step over so that he can speak to you quietly without disturbing the others. Not a lot has happened, but there was a strange visitor upstairs speaking with the bartender. Something about a contract ending at the end of the month, and now this person being useless to the bartender. He didn't seem happy about whatever they discussed, so it seems that they're going back on some agreement that they had. Also, the door to the northeast of here now has some... Was that you?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Just
Now you're really freaked out.
yeah, he's a little skittish, like...
Mysterious doors locking and unlocking on their own.
Yeah, okay. The door there seems to have some glyphs on it. I'm not sure the source, but my educated guess is that perhaps it was magically locked. And lastly, there was a chicken in a crate outside this room, and it vanished from the crate within a few moments of my seeing it. It is a bit perturbing, but I think perhaps I'm just a bit skittish since this whole situation is uncomfortable.
I will say, there sure seems to be a lot of secrets around the area. Running out of time expiring contracts, chickens disappearing. I mean, even the chicken that Darix hunted, for lack of a better word, I know not where that chicken came from. I had seen most of the room when I had found my very own. Yes, there is definitely weird things happening. But we will make it through the night, I am sure.
I also must confide, I find it disturbing that that crate had nothing in it, and also one of the dwarves came down during my watch and destroyed the crate. So I'm not sure if it was a reaction to the conversation that happened above, or if they were trying to retrieve something from it and realized it wasn't there.
Yes, the empty but still covered crate is off-putting, to say the least.
Well, save for this, that's all I have to report. So I'm going to continue my rest. If anything happens, wake me.
Will do.
And you may or may not notice that the northern door is now more barricaded than it was before.
Yeah, I would say that would be one thing that Blink would notice, and also that the dial seems to have ticked one over from when he last was awake. Also, for the sake of it, Blink, if you want to do a short rest to restore what you've got so far, you did sleep for 4 hours, so you can go ahead and put one through there. There you go. And whoever, I think it was Narath, wakes up next, and Ro wakes up last, so Narath will also be able to do that when he wakes up.
Do I do anything?
Right now, you've only been asleep for 2 hours.
Okay.
For Silas's watch. So.
Where did Silas go?
I'm on the other side of the curtain.
Is there a bed there?
He put his bedroll down, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was really confused.
Why is he just standing there?
Yeah, I'm just T-posing behind the curtain.
Yeah, he's not out of render distance.
All right. he's gonna kind of take up shop, kind of sitting on this bedroll, half listening to the other side of the wall, but also trying to pay attention to when to inside the room to see if there's any like stirring or anything like that. See how asleep people really are.
Oh, okay. I see what you're doing. By the way, the curtain was pulled back on the bottom curtain there. If you wanted to
Yes.
pull it back forward, you could, but Silas seems to have done that. Well, you don't know who did it, but I guess if you're going to leave it there, it gives you full view of the egg from your current vantage point.
Yeah, whatever gives me the most view of the egg.
Okay. All right, so you begin your watch. The first 15 minutes of your watch will go relatively smoothly as sleep finds Silas quickly. Then, rather than footfalls or any other such sound coming from above, it's a different noise that breaches the silence. Psst! It's coming from straight above you, perhaps from Ashtorium, but it is not Ashtorium.
Not what he had planned for his watch, but he will entertain it all the same. He will stand up from his sitting position and walk over and say, "Yes, Gelter."
I'm sorry to bother you, but I don't sleep anymore. Do you want to know? The funniest thing about these dwarves is they's from Kernia, and I'm from Ronsa. Ain't nobody from Kernia ever gives someone from Ronsa a free ride. It's brilliant. I can't wait to tell me mates.
That is rather humorous, Gelter. I don't think that these dwarves would be as concerned with your origin location as they would be with the fact that you are in a robot.
Well, they don't have to know that part. Just, I'm going to tell them, right?
Fair enough.
Now wait, I can see that you're not taking this seriously. Ronsa and Kearney have been at war since I was a wee lad. And I don't even remember how long ago that was. So it must have been for some time. If you help me tell the boys from Ronsa that old Gelter got it in over him, I'll build you a big old cannon or something. Is a deal?
How is he gonna build a cannon?
Procuring the when I have the firing pin to a pistol.
That's right.
Procuring the firing pin, he's gonna look to Gelter's dumb not Gelter face, and
What a son.
he's gonna say with a whisper, he's gonna say, "See, I had some questions about that. Why does our little dwarf Ludman have this on him?" And a follow-up to that would be, say I do accept this deal. Could you turn it into something more useful? Maybe an actual pistol?
I don't know if you would know what a pistol. Roll history. Or we can say that Gelter explained to you what a pistol is when he asked you why you had a firing pin to a pistol when you first showed it to him. Okay. We'll say you know what a pistol
Yeah.
is. Okay, so your question to Gelter was why does Ludman have this?
Yeah, it was twofold.
And
So why would he have this? And if I help you
can you
with
turn it
your
into a real
thing,
thing?
can you turn it into a real pistol?
Well, when I wasn't a robot and I was in a dwarf, I was an amazing blacksmith. I could be an pistol engineer just for you. And what was it that you guys are a part of? The Sazarin. Yeah, I could be their gun engineer. it would be a mighty nice change of pace from well, being dead.
Hmm.
Anyway, Ludmin is a Kernian, so probably stole it, but there is a chance that Kernia may have developed a gun program or something. I mean, Kernias are still dwarves, much as it would pain my body to admit that if I had one. So maybe they make them. Maybe when Ludmin isn't getting drunk off his fucking ass. Sorry, I'll keep it down. Maybe he's his own engineer or something. It's a possibility.
It's impossible. Oh shit.
Yes. I suppose it is. I was going to use this part of this time to question our friend. But this room is a little more crowded than I would have liked. I'll take you up on your deal. Shake on it, and I'll kind of sarcastically hold out a hand, not expecting Gilter to actually be able to respond with a shake.
Well, Ashtorium is a warforged, and he has that Sentry's Rest quality, where, let's see here, when you take a long rest, you must spend at least 6 hours in an inactive, motionless state rather than sleeping. You can hear and see as normal. So Ashtorium will be able to see all of this and hear all of this, but not respond because he's resting, right? Ashtorium, there will be a sudden, like a sort of like pull on, like on one of your internal mechanisms, but not one that would provide you movement. Simply, as if like as if Gelter is requesting permission to move your arm.
I'll allow it.
Despite Ashtorium's motionless and inert appearance, his arm does reach out and grasp Blink's.
Shake on it.
With a chuckle, Blink will let go and say, "That's a neat trick, Gelter." And he'll walk back. But instead of taking up with the dwarf, he will go to the door and hang out there.
Okay.
In some like downtime, while he waits to hear if there's anything else, he's gonna try and like check on Slinter if there's any motion or movement, and he'll kind of like say it sarcastically, but he'll be like mentally he'll say, "Well, Slinter, I'm still alive."
While Slinter does not respond through words, you get the sense that there's a faint yet undeniably Slinter response that seems to approve that you are still alive.
Well, that's good. Good job, Splinter.
I am still alive. Thanks, Slinter. All right, he'll listen to the door.
More footfalls continue to move through the entirety of the tavern. It seems that perhaps there's some kind of preparations or something going on as you're hearing what sounds like crates moving and being opened, and maybe 3 or 4 bodies moving up there. As this goes on, however, your intent listening of what's happening above you gives way to a sudden rustling from inside the room, seemingly coming from the northeastern wall.
If the game would let him, we would like to move to the north. Yeah, there it is.
The movement seems to be coming from the wardrobe along the northern wall.
With a dominating dagger in one hand, he is going to slowly approach the wardrobe.
Okay. The movement does not seem to get any more or less intense. It is a steady rustling and shuffling.
He's going to reach out his left hand to pull on. It's a wardrobe, so he'll reach out his left hand to pull on the handle.
The handle swings open as you do so. Are you swinging it wide or just cracking it? What are you doing?
He would be cracking it with the right hand, like supporting, like kind of. He would be like trying to crack it open, and his dagger will have moved to like cover the crack in case anything comes charging out.
Whereabouts are you placing the dagger, like vertically speaking?
Probably at like, I'd imagine like a little bit below his chest, probably like any like middling height.
Okay. Your dagger meets no individual, but as soon as you crack open the wardrobe, you're met with minor force of something attempting to get out. Then you hear it. Squawk!
God,
More chickens.
I hate chicken.
Does this chicken look like the one that I found?
It looks very much like the one that you found, and also the one that Darix ended.
Somebody cloning chickens, or do all chickens just look the same?
That's an important question.
Well, you haven't seen a chicken before, so.
Fuck, that's so true. God damn it. Yeah, I do like the bit that like the only time Blink has ever like knows what a chicken is just probably like a book. So to him, this probably is a mythical creature.
Yeah, he only read about it in fiction.
Yeah, saying it was a sacred chicken probably wasn't even a lie to him. All right, I'm gonna try and just make it be very quiet, very fast. Oh no!
Oh boy.
Can I get advantage if I have food? Do I still have chicken feed from the last time I fed the other chicken?
What, yeah, I never did ask you what you were attempting to feed the chicken, but I guess you just have rations, so you'd probably go for bread or something.
Yeah. But can I get advantage if I use a piece of bread?
Yeah, you'd have to. Yes, sure. You'd have to use like a ration, I think, to get your advantage.
Well, it definitely wasn't worth it, but there ration goes.
There a ration goes. The chicken squawks as you attempt to feed it, but eventually decides to eat the bread that you've offered, as if it attempted to like resist it at first, and then was like, "Well, I am a chicken," so it started eating the bread.
I am a chicken. This is what chickens do.
I would like to. Okay, I'm gonna pull it out of the wardrobe and fully open the wardrobe.
Okay. You pull the chicken out of the wardrobe and open the wardrobe. Inside there are some feathers, presumably from the chicken attempting to escape, as well as what used to be clean linens, you imagine.
Looking to the chicken and saying in a whisper, he'll say, "How the hell did you end up in there?"
Walk.
Stupid squawk.
Is the chicken finished eating the bread?
Yes, it's tried to squawk in a response, but it was busy eating bread, and then it finished.
All right. He's leaving the wardrobe open. He's going to pick up the chicken.
Okay.
And he's going to carry it and place it in a spare cloak if he has another one, which I think he does because he gave Astorium one, and he's going to leave it with the other chicken.
You now have 2 chickens, and this one seems to coo back to slumber when you cover it in your cloak.
Perfect. All right. I want to. So with the way the curtains were from, I believe what Silas had set them up, although I don't know that. Is there a way that I can sit at this door and keep an eye on this fucking wardrobe?
With the curtains drawn back from where you're standing now, you can sort of like there isn't another free crate besides the empty one. That doesn't have like a thing you could like rest on really because it doesn't have a lid, right? But you could like move the crate over, which would partially what would you say, unbarricade the door if you wanted to, and that would allow you to rest there, listen for the door, and watch the wardrobe, the dial, and the egg. So yeah.
All right, we'll probably end up doing that. But before that happens, is that a second wardrobe by the egg?
That's right. Narath investigated it earlier, but apparently did not detect any chickens.
With another dagger drawn, the same dagger even, he's gonna do the same thing. He's gonna crack the wardrobe.
As you approach the wardrobe by Eternity, you'll notice a significant scent of burnt oxygen in the air immediately surrounding Eternity. But you don't immediately suspect that this is a suspicious state. Perhaps dragon eggs just smell like that. Also, when you open the wardrobe, there's only linens in there.
All right, he's gonna leave the wardrobe open, the second wardrobe open as well. He's gonna kind of like look awkwardly at Eternity because like it's already been attacked by a chicken, and you know there's a wardrobe that may just be spawning chickens. He's not quite sure, and he's just gonna kind of stand there. He's gonna say, "I'm keeping an egg safe from chickens." What a day!
Why did the chickens hate the egg? I just don't get it.
And then he's gonna do what we said, where he kind of unblocks the door a little bit to keep an eye on those goddamn wardrobes.
They're obviously upset because they can't figure out which of them came first.
That's true.
I was thinking something like that, Silas.
Squawk.
Squawk.
Squawk, divine mystery, squawk.
Blink, your watch continues as you keep your eyes fixed upon the egg, the many wardrobes, and the dial. About 15 more minutes will pass, totaling about 40 minutes of your watch. Then, the sudden crack of thunder from above. A storm seems to have started. You can't detect it from where you are, but you can only imagine that rain is following. At the sound of nature opening up above the tavern, another tick of the dial shifts over further to the right. It now stands 2 ticks from its original position.
He'll think to himself that it must really not like thunder.
I approve of this.
I'm just waiting for Blink to hear something so he has a reason to leave the room.
Well, another 5 to 10 minutes will pass, only moments, before the sound of a latch coming loose and a hatch swinging open resonates from the southeast of the cellar. Steps descend, footfalls. It seems another entity is within this level.
Just one, seemingly.
Yep. Okay, with this roll of 16, as you attempt to focus your senses, you hear the sound of flesh slapping against flesh. You're not quite sure what it is at first, but it comes accompanied with a low whistle from whoever is collecting whatever. Then, the footsteps come ever so slightly closer, and you'll hear a sort of gruff sound of confusion or alertness. That same weird wet slapping sound will happen, and then the footsteps will begin moving to the east, and then up north. Whatever or whoever is here is clearly investigating something.
Did it sound like... Would I imagine that it sounds like a dwarf or a... Not the footsteps, but just like the grunt or, you know?
Yeah, that's in keeping with the kind of tone of voice that a lot of them had.
To investigate or not to investigate? That is the question.
While you're weighing your options up, there's a sound of banging on a door to the northeast. It seems that this presumed dwarf is knocking angrily at a door that you saw earlier, one of the second one that you investigated. That's your best guess based on the positioning of the sound.
See, why did you have to do just enough to actually make me want to... You fucking asshole.
What
Right,
did he say? What?
he's moving the crate in enough away where he can slightly open the door so he can like kind of get skinny, not like physically change his form, but like, you know, like stand sideways and like shuffle through the door.
Ah, okay. So you shuffle out as your changeling self,
Yes.
and do you close the door behind you?
Also yes. And he's going to approach very quietly to the edge and peek his head around the corner.
The man that seemed to be running the bar is facing away from you. You recognize him mostly by his build. He's angrily waiting, one hand on his hip, the other full of fish. He seems to be waiting quite intently, but about a minute passes. Then he gives a gruff sort of reaction and bangs against the door again.
So no one's answering him. Seems to be the case. It's really fucking bright down here, man. And that's pretty late. I'm trying to wonder, like, if I like tried to dash around the other edge, because there's like, I feel like if I remember correctly, there's more stuff to hide behind on the north side. How long would it take, and how loud would I be?
Well, the dwarf seems to be getting fed up with his weight, and he moves his head to the left, to the west suddenly. It seems maybe he's thinking about turning around, so you'll have to make your decision quickly.
All right, he's gonna, seeing that the head start to turn, or you know, him start to move around. He's gonna back around, you know, back up behind, and he's, instead of going back in like a smart human being, he's gonna try to hide behind this stack of crates.
Okay, you'll note that the flesh crate, or skin crate, or whatever, bad crate, is gone. So even though it's on the map, it's gone.
Oh, that's cool.
Alright. The steps begin to fall down the hall. Predictably, coming back to where he came from, the barkeep seems to be resuming. Yet, as his footsteps near it, to your surprise, there's a puff of feathers from inside the crate. Squawk!
God.
What the fuck?
The barkeep pays no mind to the chicken and begins to gather his fish some more, muttering under his breath.
Everybody's so just like whatever about these chickens, dude.
So I just watched this chicken come out of nowhere?
Yeah.
And everybody's just like, yeah, it's normal, dude. Don't worry about it.
Holy shit. Alright, and he's like tending to some fish or some shit?
He's trying to grab some, yeah, it looks like he's getting ready to bring him back up. He's throwing him in like a small container that he brought down with him.
Squawk.
Blink's just gonna wait.
After a while, the man will step towards the chicken crate and kind of observe the chicken. You can't tell from your position, but it almost feels like he's giving him a death stare or something. Then he says, "That's what I thought," and picks up one of the eggs and leaves.
Squawk.
The chicken remains silent, despite Alexander's hopes.
Squawk in hell, you son of a bitch.
Soon you'll hear the sound of the hatch closing and locking. It seems you are alone with this mysterious chicken, at least for now.
Alright, stepping out.
Yeah.
He's gonna approach this chicken. God, what a time it would be to speak with animals right now.
As you approach the chicken, it looks at you quizzically and says, "Quack." It looks exactly like all the other chickens.
What the fuck? Is the lock still crumbled?
The lock appears to be in place.
What the fuck?
I think that chicken is a fucking mimic.
Squawk.
Quack.
But who replaced the lock? How did the lock come back? What is going on?
Squawk.
Yeah, dude, squawk.
See, I can't believe session 12 was just chicken time.
I love
Alright.
chicken time. It's great.
Playing with chickens.
Fully bewildered.
Squawk.
He's just gonna kind of leave the chicken there, and he's gonna take a fish,
Uh-huh.
and he himself is going to go knock on this door with fish in hand.
Okay. Can you describe how you knock on the door?
Well, I guess my question following that would be, when he knocked, was there any like rhythm to it?
It was angry. Bow, 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 bow.
Okay, so there wasn't like a pattern or anything.
It was steady, but that's pretty much all you got there.
All right, he's just gonna knock. It's not gonna be angry. It'll be like a normal, like an inquisitive knock almost.
Okay.
And he's gonna, as he knocks, he's gonna place the fish on the ground and he's gonna step to the side.
So you did like one knock or how many?
It would have been like probably would have been like 4 knocks,
4 knocks. Got it.
Like is anyone home kind of knock, not loud, not a whisper knock or anything.
Whisper.
Okay. The door starts to move. It opens in such a way that it obscures whoever is behind it as it sort of pushes out towards you into the room. And as that happens, you spot like there's like a sudden like deep guttural like sniff and snort from something that sounds bestial more than it sounds humanoid, and a very grisly, gnarled looking hand reaches forth and grabs the piece of fish from away from your grasp and then disappears behind the door, which swiftly closes.
Was the hand
It was like
skin? Like,
yeah, it had skin. It had mottled brown fur. It looked like it had been maybe like a burn victim or something. It was very grisly and unappealing.
okay, so they just have a dog. You don't bite. What the fuck is going on?
I love when people
Squawk.
ask that about my.
I love it. It's amazing. I'm
No,
happy.
it's great. But what the fuck?
Squawk. Dum dum.
True. Speaking of Squawk, not wanting to touch the burn victim with dominating dagger, even, he's going to return to his chicken. Not his chicken, but the chicken.
The chicken
And,
pecks curiously at its lock and does not seem to immediately regard you. But when you
He's
get really
going-
close, he'll say, "Squawk."
Yeah. I thought he was going to say anything else. Blink is going to attempt to pick the crate up.
Oh, give me an athletics roll.
How fucking big is this? That's 3, by the way. That should be well done.
3.
How heavy is this crate?
I don't have the chat open. Can you tell me the actual roll?
the 4.
Oh, that makes it better.
It was a natural 3. That's I get +1.
Well, the crate is not very large. It's just big enough to carry a fairly sizable chicken, but it does seem to carry with it an unnatural weight. This is something that might need bigger guns to move. As you sort of like abandon your attempt at moving it for that time, the chicken lets out 3 very short squawk, 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 as if mocking your attempt.
Brutal. Mogged by a chicken, dude. Why even live? Like, why even live at that point?
All right. I'm gonna lockpick this.
The once rusted lock appears to be much less brittle and feeble at your thieves' tool's touch. This time around, it seems to be providing a bit of resistance and may demand a second attempt. With a stroke of genius, your second strike proves most fatal for the heart of this lock, and it unlocks relatively easily.
All right. I'm gonna pick the chicken up. I'm gonna go put it in this empty crate.
All right, the chicken protests somewhat, squawkingly, as you attempt to move it.
I am then going to attempt to move the cage without the chicken in it.
Okay, give me another athletics check.
That's 3 3s.
You get the sense that maybe you could drag the crate without the chicken in it, but it's still quite heavy.
All right, I'm just gonna drag it like literally just to the next square over, and I'm gonna look to see if there's anything under the cage.
Okay, you're moving the crate over, and as you do so, you'll note that the underneath it is a pile of hay. Basically like any detritus from the chicken, feathers, perhaps a few droppings, that sort of thing. Nothing particularly remarkable. It doesn't smell very pleasant, but not terrible.
Blink's going to move the cage back. And he's going to go get the chicken. And he's going to place it back in the cage.
As you move towards where you placed the chicken in the previous crate, you notice that the crate is empty.
What the fuck? What is happening to these teleporting chickens? Oh no, he's in the wardrobe.
the fuck?
As you enter, there's a chicken on top of the sundial.
Squawk.
It does not squawk at you, but it looks at you almost like it's trying to kill you with its eyes.
Squawk.
He's picking the chicken up.
As you pick the chicken up, you sense a disturbance to your west. Ludman is attempting to wrestle a chicken that is pecking at him.
Squawk.
Get off me, you get.
I don't have this many cloaks, man.
There's movement in the other room as well. To the northeast, bottles clink and move. A chicken seems to be inside one of the crates.
This is insane.
Squawk.
Alright.
There's so many chickens.
Alright, so he's carrying the chicken from the sundial. He is just like out of pure anger for how stupid these chickens have been. He's just gonna snap this one's neck. He's snapping this one's neck and leaving it, and then he's gonna pick this one up, and he's gonna carry it over to the other chicken that's on Ludman,
Squawk.
and he's gonna like kind of kick the one that's on Ludman off of him.
Okay.
Do I have to roll for that? Or?
No. I almost wanted to make you do accuracy in case you kick Ludman, but that's fine. You got it. Ludman's like, oh, thanks. And then falls back down onto his back.
I don't even know it. Like, where do I go from here? I'm genuinely dumbstruck, dude. All right, he's gonna take both of these chickens, and he's gonna put them in the empty crate.
Blink, you walk over to the empty crate. It's not empty, there's a chicken.
Oh my fucking god!
That chicken is sleeping, though, so it's okay.
All right. Well, he's not going to disturb a sleeping chicken since the other ones are the real problem. He's just going to take out his rapier in his right hand and his dagger in his left hand, and he's just going to slice and dice these chicken.
They're very quizzical as you begin attacking them. You swing your rapier towards one of the chickens. It ducks underneath the blade and then pecks at your hand, enough to dislodge the blade from your arm. And so... Oh, okay.
Holy shit.
Don't worry. Your dominating dagger absolutely annihilates that offending chicken that disarmed you. You're pretty sure that your ego is still hurt, but...
Squawk.
Holding up the dead chicken and fully going insane at this point.
Why are we killing chickens?
He's going to tell me about it, you fucker. Holding up the dead chicken, he's in his left hand.
What did I miss?
He's going
Where
to
have you been, dude?
Yeah, exactly. Picking up this dead chicken, he's going to hold it up to the alive chicken that is awake, and he's just going to look at it, the alive one that is, and say, "Tell me what the hell is happening."
Squawk.
Squawk.
Oh, you could have just asked.
Wait, it fucking speaks?
The chicken vanishes.
He chucks this chicken at the wall straight ahead.
I think you're being pranked by Faye right now.
Oh my fucking god! I forgot I have that. What the fuck? There's no way. What the fuck? What the squawk?
No harm ever comes to you from these these strange visits.
Yeah, except the fucking nat 1 rapier roll. Yeah.
Well, it didn't hurt you. You just dropped your rapier. You got it back. It's fine.
So because Blink's in the party, we're getting chicken harassment.
Have I Well, I mean, you guys are gonna wake up and not see any of this probably, knowing my luck. Am I used to being Fey pranked?
This is a first, especially with chickens.
True. All right. Trying not to be convinced that chickens can talk, he is now disturbing a sleeping chicken, and he is picking it up from the nape of its stupid head neck, and he's holding it at head height, and he's looking at it and say, "What is happening?"
The chicken squawks.
He's going to turn the chicken to the place where the one vanished, and he's going to say, "Your friend could speak. What is happening?"
The chicken seems somewhat intrigued by the spot that you have indicated and attempts to wrangle out of your grasp.
With a heavy sigh, it's just, yes, whatever.
The chicken steps towards where the other chicken vanished, then looks directly at you, quacks, and charges the egg, only to vanish.
Very silly.
This is extremely silly. I love this.
He's tired. He's now going to step towards the egg because he doesn't know what's happening either, and he's going to plead almost with eternity. He's just going to say very, very lowly. He's going to say, I don't know much about dragons, but do you know what's happening?"
Squawk.
The egg squawk.
Blink would actually just go to bed without waking up Narath.
There's you focus your pleas, your intents, your hopes for some kind of explanation of this foul play, but you're left wondering if eternity even hears you. But there's something. There's a faint sound. Wait, many sounds. Oh no. It's not eternity, but there's an awful lot of squawking coming from the south.
In the room or not in the room?
No, like all the way out past the door. It's muted by the door.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh,
Many squawks!
God.
Assault your ears.
Oh my fucking God. So his eyes are darting from chicken to chicken to chicken to chicken to chicken to chicken.
I don't
to
think
chicken.
Blink can handle this on his own.
He's losing his mind. He's going to ask aloud. He's going to close the door behind him, knowing that what is going to happen when he does this.
Does Darks not hear the endless squawks?
No, he shut the door too fast. Wink.
Yes. So he's going to close the door behind him, and he's going to say aloud, "What is going on? Which one of you speaks?"
All of the chickens fall silent at once.
Of course they do, little shit. Little shit.
Then, as if you've sent them a signal, they begin to scatter.
Better run away, you piece of shit chicken.
Do all of them look the same?
Yeah.
The chickens.
It is kind of odd for all of them to be the exact same color of chicken, though.
I don't think we should apply logic to magic chicken.
Well, that is true. They are very silly chickens, that's for sure.
He's not going to wait a response from Splinter, but he's going to mentally think, "Why are there so many chickens, Splinter?"
This could have all been avoided if you just let me kill that one chicken.
It would have been something equally as stupid, or it would have been the exact same thing. So, all right, he's going to ignore the chicken in the cage, which I'm sure the lock has miraculously fucking fixed itself.
How did you know? You didn't even check.
I didn't have to. And he's going to run after the chickens that scattered.
There's the sound of
The sound of squawking seems to have entirely ceased, and as you ponder through the halls in search of chicken, you don't find anything.
I hate everything about this. And he's
I
going
think
to turn around and go talk to this chicken.
Blink is gonna have chicken nightmares going forward.
What?
We can just never trust Blink to take watch ever again.
Dude,
Do-
you can't trust him to do anything. He's such a troublemaker. He's
Do
like
you
a
Well, this time
5-year-old.
the trouble's finding him.
do you speak a language that I understand? You bird.
Yeah, I'll show him. That'll show him.
The chicken seems to think for a moment, and then it says, "What?" Then, noticing that your reaction is not one of pleasure, it says, "Why the long face?"
Imagine getting trolled by
What?
this chicken.
I mean this with all sincerity. I may have never seen a chicken before this day, but they do not speak. What are you?
I speak all the time. When I'm not sleeping.
It pecks
What
at the
is going
ground,
on?
waiting for you to respond.
He responds with a sigh, and he's going to say, "What does that mean?"
The chicken will perk its head up and examine you, and its neck moving and undulating in ways that only a chicken's could. And it says,
Where's the mother hen? He's probably upstairs.
and then returns to pecking.
You know, at least you were helpful. And he's going to leave it a half slice of bread.
Thank you.
How much time has this been since my watch started?
You're about halfway done.
Plenty of time to go look for a mother hen.
That would be an interesting watch, but yes.
All right.
When Narath hears that you fucking spent your entire watch
Talking to
instead
chicken.
of fucking
And running around in
instead of
circles.
watching the egg,
All right.
fucking chasing cock, he is going to.
He's gonna
cut
say,
off
"Wow,
yours."
you're really relatable. I touch balls and you chase cock." It's
That's
All right.
true.
Stepping inside, he's going to make sure that there are no
He's
new
gonna
chicken
touch your
entities.
balls as punishment.
all right. Relax. What did you say?
Stepping inside, he's going to make sure that there are no new chicken entities.
There appear to be no living, awake chicken entities in this vicinity. There's only the 2 sleeping and the 3 dead.
That's been about, so if I'm halfway through, it's been about 5 hours since we started.
Ashtorium slept, yeah, or all of you started, yeah. That's correct.
Okay. Does Ashtorium 6 hours need to be consecutive?
Well, ideally, but it doesn't have to be. It's just that he won't be able to. He can do like a short rest, but not a long rest if you wake him up now.
All right. Well, I won't ruin Lucy like that.
I appreciate that.
I got you.
Think about it. You only need to survive 1 more hour in Chicken Town.
I'm trying to survive 1 more hour looking for a chicken without completely leaving the egg alone.
Well, there's always Ludman or the Slayer.
Yeah, or I could ruin the wrath.
He likes
You-
to touch balls.
You could transform into Javai, wake up the Slayer, and tell him it is very important that you watch this egg.
Yeah, but then I have to find a way to put him back to sleep.
That is true. I just hit him in the head real hard. It's fine.
Is there any like character repercussions if I wake up Narath now? Like, does he not get anything from a long rest, or is it fine?
Narath will be able to benefit from a short rest, and he'll need to sleep 3 more hours to benefit from a long rest. So you'd be waking him 1 hour early, and like in theory, he would have to just make
Sleep
sure
for an
he
extra
gets.
hour later.
Yeah, he would just need to like. change
Right.
his
Yeah.
sleep.
So if I wake him for an hour, and then we both go to bed in an hour when I'm done talking to Mother Hen, and he's done not talking to Mother Hen. That'll be 6, so I can wake Ashtorium.
You assume that Narath is going to be pleased upon learning that you left the room at all.
I don't think you're going to learn that, but that's okay.
That you're leaving the room, period.
The only dead chickens are in this room, so it's fine.
Exactly.
Yeah, he'll say, "What is it trying to go, man?"
I did appreciate his reaction to the sheer number of chickens that were on screen.
There is a lot of chickens.
There were a lot of chickens.
All right, I think that math makes sense. He's going to. Well, at first, Ashtorium can hear things, right? Well, he's sentry.
Yes,
something?
correct. So Ashtorium would have heard your distressed chicken, but would have awaited
I'm
orders.
sure he would
otherwise.
have. Approaching Ashtorium, he's going to say, in Thieves' Cant, he'll say, I'm going to wake Narath for an hour. If everything goes well, we will both be asleep in an hour after his watch is done, and you will take over until Ro is ready, which should also only be an hour of your time. Thank you in advance. And he's going to walk away, and he's going to gently brush Narath awake. And he's going to step back to give him space.
As you step back from attempting to rouse Narath from his slumber an hour earlier than expected, you'll note that the dial seems to have ticked on in your absence. It is now at 4 o'clock.
Even better.
That's a bad thing.
I know.
So, as soon as you touch Narath, wake him up, his eyes just shoot open. It is strange. And he looks at you, expectingly.
Narath, I know it is, well, maybe you don't know, but I know it is an hour early. I wake you now because the sundial is at 4, and I wish to investigate upstairs, and I figure I am of the most stealthy variety here to do so. Only for an hour.
Investigate what?
Any possible dangers. I know not why the sundial is at 4. I haven't heard anything. I would like to make sure I do not see anything. Ashtorium can cover for you. After an hour, he will be perfectly rested. So you need not worry too much.
The entire point of us being in here is so that the dwarves may cover for whatever goes on upstairs while we rest. I do not believe poking our nose out is a wise decision. Best to sit tight, be quiet, and if something comes downstairs, then we worry.
Narath, plenty of things have come downstairs since we started, and the dial hasn't moved. I find it simply strange that no noise has happened within the last hour of my watch, and it has moved 3 ticks. I simply suggest no noise at all.
Yeah.
I simply suggest I go upstairs for no more than 30 minutes and see if I see anything.
It is exactly the fact that there is no noise here, and it has moved 3 ticks, that I do not think it is wise. Clearly, the danger is upstairs. Why would you try and expose yourself to it and possibly expose us? Just relax. Go to sleep. I will take it from here.
The logic.
I must say,
Good.
Narath, I find myself disagree. They will not recognize me. Hell, maybe you won't even recognize me when I walk through this door again. I'm asking just once. Trust my intuition. And he's gonna turn to leave.
No, Norath says. And now he gets up, and he's rather pissed look on his face.
Yeah, we knew that was gonna happen.
Yeah, true.
And he says to Blink, "You are a very selfish creature, changeling. There are greater things at stake here than your curiosity. Rein it in before I have to get hostile."
Yes. Because getting
I noticed dead
hostile
chickens.
because getting hostile is going to lower the noise level.
True.
He will say this, but he will remove himself from the doorway.
Do I see these two chickens?
You see two cloaks moving up and down, as if to imply that there are shifting beings under there.
Like, are they on the ground or are they floating?
No, they're on the ground. They're under a cloak each.
Norath points to the cloaks and says, "I do not remember that being there before I was asleep."
Yes, Narath, and I'm sure you don't bet. I'm sure you don't remember there being chickens in the wardrobes, but there were. There's a lot of
Norath
weird
raises
things
an eyebrow.
happening in this place. You could check it out for yourself. The northern wardrobe has feathers all over it.
You saw chickens come out?
That second chicken right there is proof of that.
Narath, as you walk into the adjacent room, you'll see that there are two extra chicken corpses. Yeah, two extra chicken bodies inside the room, and that both
Did
wardrobes
you
have been
let
left
these
open.
little things in, or?
Narath, I'm telling you, they were in the wardrobe. There are feathers in there. Please, just go check. I know
Norath
not
will
how it
go
happened. I've been in this
examine
room the whole
chicken.
time. Wink.
Yep, the whole time. Yeah.
Well, the whole time that the chicken ended up in the wardrobe, I have been. Until
That's
then.
true.
Norath will examine the chicken.
Well, the two dead chickens, one of them was punted into the wall by Darax. You remember that well because you attempted to eat it. But the second one seems to have been sliced by a sword.
Do I get a magical feeling about this chicken?
There's nothing magical about these dead chickens, that's for sure.
Like, Norath's trying to figure out if these are familiar spying on them now. So, you want me to make an Arcanum check or something like that?
You can go for one if you want. That one up to the north had seemingly dislocated its neck in a freak accident.
You're supposed to lie to me after I get the one.
Well, no, that's exactly what happened. But as far as magical divinations, you come up short on any such detections. Either the magic is too sophisticated, or you simply do not see any magic on these chickens because there is none.
Norath investigates the drawer for any hidden passages and the like.
Okay, give me an
That could somehow
investigation. Or
smuggle
no,
a chicken.
Yeah, you can give me an investigation check. That's
It does the same for the wardrobe.
The first wardrobe that you investigate, the one closest to Eternity, seems to have no feathers, as what Link was mentioning, but the second wardrobe has plenty of them. There's feathers aplomb in there. Best you can sort out, the chicken was just cooped up in here for quite some time, as there's enough chicken detritus, feathers and the like, to have soiled the presumably originally clean linens within this wardrobe.
Strange, Norath says as he wanders down. Strange, but I doubt the chickens are going to kill us.
Yes, but does someone really like to tell me if the chickens make noise, it's only more danger? All the more reason why I should go figure out who in the hell is teleporting chickens into our room.
If it happens again, Blink, while I'm awake, I will personally wake you back up to go and hunt chickens. Now go
That's
to
funny. You think I'm going to bed when chickens are teleporting into the room. I need to make sure I'm not crazy. And he's just going to
Listen
sit
to
on
the sentence that just
crate.
came out of your mouth.
Yes, and here I am guarding a dragon egg. Crazier things have happened today alone, Narath.
A dragon egg is a higher priority than figuring out wandering chickens.
And also crazier than wandering chickens. And he will firmly sit down on the crate, eyeing the wardrobe specifically.
If you wish to ruin your sleep, go ahead. But I'm not sanctioning you leaving this place. With that, Norath will then stand by the dial and begin his earlier than expected watch.
All right. The both of you are doing the watch now. For the next...
You ever feel like your character might be the only, well, two of us might be the only mature ones in the entire party? I feel that way sometimes.
Oh. Oh, you knew what the A-team was like?
Brother. The first 30 minutes of this joint watch with Narath and Blink seemed to go on without any incident. Occasional footfalls, wood on wood, sounding of dragging of a crate or a box or something. Then the doors to the south of the complex seemed to open up, and more heavy crates are seeming to be moved. There's many footfalls now, and some of them seem to be dragging towards the staircase that you all came down with.
Would I have any reason to get the sense that I could visit that fucking chicken that the other chicken was talking about, like at any time, or would that have to be tonight?
You didn't get any particular
Alright.
idea about that. As far as time frame goes. The footfalls descend down the stairs. Slow, methodical, almost careful.
We're still at danger level 4?
That's right.
Norath simply holds a finger to his cracked, elderly lips as a motion of silence.
There's a thud as a crate is set down, you surmise. Then the footfalls begin to move back towards the stairs and are eventually quieted. Then it seems as if the process repeats.
Wood drags on wood. Footsteps. A thud. Then they return from whence they came. It seems 2 new deliveries have been made.
More chickens, perhaps.
If nothing else occurs, Narath will go to idle prayer in silence.
Where will you be residing during your idle
Next
prayer?
to the dial.
All right. Anything
Avina
from
will
Blink?
note, if she's even capable of noting these things, that it feels like an eternity since this has happened.
The words come to you clumsily and slowly. You doing anything, Blink?
I'm waiting. I'm thinking about the arcane powers of chicken and the reason why they would be cloning themselves and talking to me.
You're just that special.
I cannot think of any chicken
That's
that
right.
would have this power.
just wasn't enough.
There will be another 10 minutes before the doors seemingly shut on the southern flank of the structure. More footfalls, perhaps an increasing amount. But they're all on the other level. Nothing down here. Perhaps nothing to be concerned of. The dial holds firmly at 4 o'clock.
I'm getting tired, boys.
You're asleep.
I know, I know. Yeah.
Narath, your prayers are suddenly, sharply concluded. The dial ticks to 5 o'clock. Just as you rouse from your prayer, being vaguely aware that it's approaching the end of the first hour, any reaction you may have had is further interrupted. Quack! A chicken seems to have appeared in your bedroll.
Narath turns around and looks at it.
Without even letting you think of why the fuck there's a chicken in your bedroll, Blink's eyes probably shoot open at the sound of a squawk. He sees the chicken has teleported out of nowhere and he says, "That's it. You promised." And he goes to open the door.
Narath. Narath. Okay. Narath tries to give him a look that will kill.
That doesn't work. He doesn't use.
Oh shit!
It
Oh,
fucking
wow.
works.
Holy shit.
He
Why
finally
is he-
landed
why is
it! He
Why does it
finally
only work on us, you useless old geezer?
I'm the Tard Wrangler.
Blink, you are at least somewhat cowed by Narath's suddenly very intimidating presence, perhaps the most intimidating you've ever seen him. And that's with the disadvantage of having a chicken squawking at him.
Tired of this old geezer dictating whatever we do in this game.
He
I mean,
is
really.
105. He knows how to deal with petty children.
And chickens.
And chickens.
Maybe not chickens, but
The chicken is too esoteric of a concept for the old man to deal with. He's like,
Narath. So Blink stops. I take it.
Yeah. He's not
Yeah.
like, he hasn't left yet, but he's not very
Narath walks.
he's
up
not very pleased.
and says in a low, dangerous tone, "The dial has gone to 5. Go out there and risk everything. And I do not care if it is safe. And if it all turns out okay, I will kill you out of principle." And
What a
then
nice
he just
guy.
walks away.
He's a very nice guy.
Yeah.
And then he looks to the
See,
chicken.
like, this is...
to study it.
God, it's so, like... intimidation checks between party members is so AIDS because if you did that and said that to him, he would have attacked of opportunity to you as you walked away. But like, that's dumb, and I'm not doing that. But it makes no sense that he wouldn't do that in character. You just threatened his life. Like what?
Yeah, it's a pretty stupid decision, but
It's fine. Just continue. But
I mean,
it's
you
retarded.
can note down that you want to kill Narath later. But...
No, I would note down that I've already rolled the dominating dagger roll. Like that's what the note would be, is that we are party
you're still
fighting.
in shock, and it's like
Yeah, I sure am. I'm in shock that you finally hit an intimidation skill check. Talk to this fucking
What do you mean, finally? I've been succeeding against every party check. That's the meme.
Yes, it is the meme. He's not wrong. That is the meme.
Watch, we're gonna have to intimidate Karen or whatever. I'm gonna roll a 1.
Yes,
so
we know.
chickens appeared in my bed.
Mm-hmm.
Does it seem intelligent?
it's looking at you and it squawked a single time.
Narath looks at it and says, "Did he tell me that they talked to him?"
No, he didn't tell you that he had made contact with chickens other than the ones in the wardrobe.
Okay. I do not remember putting you. So he says in a low whisper, "I do not remember putting you there."
Clock.
The chicken eyes you with no immediate response.
He grabs it.
As soon as your hand makes contact with it, the chicken erupts in a voice that chills you to the bone. Narath Beladar, you are owed to me. Why have you been beyond my reach?
Oh shit.
Is this?
It was his patron all along, teleporting chickens into the room.
Narath,
Holy shit!
Narath change color. He went from silver to as pale as the moonlight itself.
A 0, bro.
As he drops to one knee before the chicken.
Wait, I assume none of us heard this.
That's right. I mean, Blink heard it, but
Blink will
it's
know.
it's in common, but the voice does not disturb the slumber of anyone. Oh, I guess Astoria hears it too.
And says in Draconic.
So the chicken just is in common.
Spoke in common a ridiculously deep voice that seems to have cowed Narath.
All right.
So the chicken won an intimidation check against the guy who's just intimidated.
Screaming curse words. Blink is throwing a hood over his head and leaving the room.
Okay, does that wake us
That
up?
definitely will wake the rest of the party out of a cold sweat.
Okay, Derek bolts up and he's ready to kill somebody, and he looks around and he sees there's 2 more dead chickens for some reason.
I will say that as Blink was leaving, Narath rushed out in Draconic. "Forgive me, my lord. I did not know that you were attempting to communicate to me. But please, I only beg that forgive the mistake. I only beg that you be discreet. We are not alone."
I guess I hear this?
You'll hear it in Draconic as you've woken up and bolted, and so yes, you'll hear Narath's voice utter those words.
Oh boy.
Then, as if to punctuate what Narath says, as your mind is somewhat in shock, there's a sudden ripple, a whiplash of some kind, the sound of air breaking under the weight of some great magic. Darax, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay, here we go. Wait, did I heal at all in my sleep? I still have 11 points.
No, yeah, I think you did. That was close enough to 4 hours, so you can do a short rest.
It was. I think it was 5 hours for me.
Yeah.
Okay, so do I press long rest?
Short rest.
Short rest.
Oh, I'm sorry. Short
good.
rest. Select dice to roll. Yep. That didn't do anything.
I think you might be out, but let me see.
and I do it for you. Oh, there you
9.
go. There you go.
Okay. And
Constitution,
All right, so Constitution. 21.
Darix, the overwhelming power of whatever magic is descending upon you seems like it would have taken the life of a lesser creature, but instead it merely restrains you in your bedroll for the time being.
Can I yell? Can I speak?
Yes, you're able to speak, but you are unable to move. It's as
Okay,
if
well,
bound by some kind of otherworldly force.
I am going to yell for Silas, who is a magic user.
Yes.
Something wicked and vile has a hold of me. I do not know. Silas, help! This is-
Oh.
It was getting destroyed by my chair.
Yeah, what happened over there?
Damn.
I was leaning all the way back and I almost couldn't sit up.
My patron was
America
singing
moment.
Seriously. Okay. Silas will open one eye begrudgingly because he's very tired. And he will look over to you, Derex, and he will say, "Are you sure you're not having some kind of nightmare, Derex?"
Silence, no time for jokes, you smooth-skinned fool! Help me out!
Darix seems to be overcome with some ebony black liquid that writhes around him, forcing him to be restrained where he is. As all of this yelling is happening, the Harlot Slayer begins to stir, though he has not yet woken up.
Seeing this, Silas will become a bit more alert and try to see if he understands what exactly is happening here.
All right, if you want to roll me an Arcana check. Meanwhile, behind Narath, the dial ticks one further, all the way inverted to point at 6 o'clock, directly towards the south door. Ro and Ashtorium will be fully alerted to the sound of the dial screeching, a solemn sound, as if to imply something foreboding. Silas, with a roll of 22, you quickly surmise that Darix is being vastly restrained by a power far greater than anything that you have encountered before, perhaps save for those strange creatures from the manor. Though it's a different kind of magic. One practiced only by liches and the like. Great wizards of an otherworldly bent.
Darks will, under his breath, say litany of prayers to ward off against evil. Yeah. He certainly knows that. He certainly knows that much. Whatever this is very bad.
This is not good. And Silas will, not having the ability to do anything about this himself, he'll glance towards the egg and he will cast a message towards it.
While you wait for a response, Silas, Narath, your plea for something more discreet seems to have fallen on thoroughly deafened ears, given the absolute calamity of the dial, the alarm, the whatever is happening with Darix screaming for help. Even the drunken Ludman is starting to be aroused from his slumber as Ro and Ashtorium sort of get back into a more standing and ready position. Your deity, your patron, responds, however.
I will be as discreet as is necessary. You are on the path. For this I spare the lives of your offspring and clan. Now, do not fail me. Bring me eternity.
Oh, shit.
Do I hear that? Does anybody hear that, or is that just like in his head?
That is full-blown common. It is not being discreet. He is saying it in a booming voice that even overpowers the alarm.
Is that even audible to me?
I'd say so.
Oh, okay. Well, Darks will be invoking holy curses.
So does Ro get short rest or long rest or
Oh, man, this is bad.
It's
I don't
been
know. I
what,
don't know how
7
exactly
hours, I think,
7 hours
for Ro.
So it's yeah.
Well, we can round up for Ro. Astorium definitely gets it because it's exactly 6 hours at least. So.
Okay, cool.
So
Would
you
I
guys
have
can
had the
do your
time
rounds.
while Darix is fucking screaming? Like as soon as I entered the room, I would have ran over to this chicken.
Yeah.
Would I have had the time to ask him like 2 questions?
Yeah. Ask your questions. This the eruption of sound behind you is not immediately, like it hasn't happened yet. It starts to happen as soon as you open your mouth to ask a question. So you'll probably be like a little shocked, and then start being more hurried, right?
Yeah. So Blink's gonna approach this fucking chicken again, and he's going to say, "I have 2 questions. 1, where is this mother hen you spoke of?"
Squawk, squeeze, this squinger, the one that makes the music.
One that makes the music. Oh, the woman.
Lady. Yep.
Oh my god. All right. And how long do I have to speak with her?
Squawk, squawk, mother hen will live forever.
Wow, that's helpful.
Oh, good. And assuming that now is anything else he would say is cut off by
all the sound, yeah.
The chicken yelling about eternity.
As you start to fall away, the chicken says,
"What? No bread?"
He'll say that he got here because he's moving so fast, and then he will just turn and fire a piece of bread at the cage.
Squank you.
And he's going to continue barging open this door.
All right, so before you return, but as you're on your way back, Ro and Ashtorium, you've heard quite a few things. Let's hear what Ro's doing.
Nara, why is this chicken demanding the dragon egg? What is going on here?
Swear I'll kill you, old one.
The chicken turns its baleful gaze towards Ro.
You can bring me this one, too. He will make a glorious gladiator.
You would make me a gladiator? What are you?
Blink,
Narath answers, and he says, "You speak to Farron Okar, patriarch of House Okar, master, and bearer of many titles. I would tread carefully right now, Ro. Very, very carefully." And Narath is trying very, very hard to persuade him that that is the case.
Okay.
You can do an insight if you want to try to check that, but
I will insight that.
It's a good thing he's not trying this on Derek. It wouldn't work.
You got it. You know he's telling the truth.
Okay. So this chicken, I assume he is not actually the patriarch himself, but that he is speaking through the chicken.
That'd be really funny. The chicken is the patriarch.
I mean, it's a fair thing to state, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
I lost my thing of titles. I was gonna go through all like 20 of them.
Yeah, I figured something like that happened, but
that's a good thing. It's a good thing.
There were a lot of them.
I'm still waiting on his
I
response.
reposted
Maybe
them in
maybe
case
I'll
you
get
feel like
to go
using
through
them
them
again.
again.
I just searched Black Nexus and found it. It was easy.
Yeah, there we are.
I just repost. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, wait. What did Ro say? He assumes the chicken
Oh, he
is
said
not the.
it's not the patriarch himself, but the patriarch is simply speaking through the chicken. Yeah.
So did you ask
Oh,
the
he-
chicken that, or did you ask Narath that?
It doesn't matter. He's talking both.
As Blink
No.
barges through the door and begins to click and snap towards Ashtorium in an exchange, Ludman pipes up, still like half like laying down, but kind of like trying to sit up a little bit, and he says, "Someone shut that bird up."
Thank God he didn't see the changeling in the front of the room.
You then watched Ludman turn into a pile of ash before your eyes. His
Also
his
believable.
body rotting from the inside out as maggots crawl from places that they could have never reached organically.
Darks is really hoping Kanakan make turn and helps him out throughout this entire.
So
there's
I've just been told,
another
enslave row, take eternity.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. This is going to turn out really well.
It's safe to say that I feel the full weight of my pack's terms upon me again.
Despite Farron's insistence and clear show of force through his restraints to Darex and his like chill that he has filled the room with, you don't feel a compulsion more that his threats may come to pass, you know, but there's no physical like engine driving your movements.
Narath gets up and he looks to Farron and he says in a very cautious tone, "Something's changed."
Indeed, Narath. Something has.
Blink releases an arrow directly into the chicken, silencing your master for now.
Am I freed now?
For some reason, Darex, you are not freed. Yet there is another sound that punctuates the otherwise awkward silence in the other side of the room. Footsteps, heavy, quite undwarf-like, descend down the stairwell.
Oh man, Narath is so fucked.
Did I get the effects of my rest, or?
Yeah, did you roll for a short rest?
Yeah, you get a short rest.
It's a short rest?
Because you got interrupted.
I woke up.
Yep.
By 1 hour?
No, it was 3.
No, it was 3, yeah.
You missed out on 3 hours of sleep.
Ro was
So I feel
interrupted 1
nothing
hour earlier.
and get like.
No, you get a heal from a short rest. You roll your hit dice.
Yeah.
I don't have hit dice.
Well,
you don't
everybody
get
has
hit dice
hit
until you long rest.
No, you can use I used my dice. I didn't long rest. It was a short rest.
yeah, that's okay.
I
So we
have
just
no
roll
hit
your what is it anyway? It's 2d8 or something.
Okay.
So if you just roll that, I'll add it to your thing. Yeah, wow, max roll. All right, you're full hit.
There you go. Yeah.
All right. Well,
Oh, I see. I could have just
full
given you one
heals,
manually.
I don't get my invocations back. I only
No,
have
on a
one,
short
I
rest
think.
you do. That's a warlock thing.
Yeah, because you're a warlock.
I thought
Maybe you were like
could
a
only get my
wizard
spell
or whatever.
levels. I don't get my invocations back.
Yeah, as a warlock, yeah, you do. You do that as a warlock. It's
You,
class
your
specific
spell
thing.
slots, you have 2 of them. What else
Yeah,
are
I
you
got
talking
both
about?
of my spell slots back. I'm talking about my Eldritch invocations, the Fiendish Vigor.
Let's see.
Because otherwise, what separates a long rest between a short rest for a warlock?
The full heal, the hit dice. It doesn't look like you get. Let's see.
So if you If you spend your hit dice during a short rest before you take a long rest, you have to take a long rest before they replenish.
No, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the Eldritch Invocations for a Warlock.
Yeah, but he's talking about what's the difference between a short rest and a long rest. And the answer is you can't short rest multiple times a day.
Yeah. So you were trying to long rest and you got interrupted, so it counted as a free short rest, basically. Rather than, like, I think rules as written, technically that would be not that.
Norath says to Ro and Blink, I know I have lots of explaining to do, but we have no time. Let us free Darax and move quickly.
The footsteps are heavy and getting heavier, closer. They're slow, calculating, exacting. They are drawing closer to the southern door where Blink came from.
Oh, Ro's gonna move a crate in front of the door.
And close it.
Yeah. He's gonna close the door and he's gonna start putting crates in front of it.
Okay. As you put the crate in front of the door, Ro, and presumably Blink also like closes it or whatever, hurriedly. Darax, your senses finally return to you as the strange eldritch liquid seems to seep through you and then through the earth itself, leaving you most discombobulated, disoriented, and certainly displeased.
Oh
As
yeah.
Darax is free, Norath will rush out and say, Young blood, I lied to you through my teeth entirely before, and I'm sure you figured that out. But I want you to understand now that the devil himself gave me an order, and for the first time, I did not feel compelled to follow. Death is coming for us, but we may be able to escape it. To arms, now!
As if to punctuate Narath's point, an enormous glaive penetrates the door and the crate that Ro had placed in front of it. And as the door smashes to the ground, sliced in twain, it reveals a hulking warrior with a twin blade glaive, staring you down, bearing sea green armor, not unlike the elven construction.
I was gonna say that I would prepare an action to dominating dagger anything that tried to move through the door, but I was a little too late.
He didn't move through the door. He's just staring you down because
No.
that is probably the end of the session. Eh?
Excellent. Very good.
Epic.
I did ask.
Oh!
I was
Free.
curious about whether or not there would be any other actions at this point, but this session went places.
Boy, did it.
I have no clue why my patron appeared as a chicken, or why he thought I cared about the Graveborn.
The what?
Didn't he threaten to kill my clan if I don't obey?
He said your progeny, which should confuse
prog-
Narath.
Oh yeah, that is weird. Never mind. Did he like own me or something? Oh god.
You are the clone.
I mean, he has like a draconian clan, like Vegs.
One day, Arath, you're gonna die, and you're just gonna wake up in his lab.
As a baby dracon.
And just like in a clone vet.
Oh god.
I
guess
feel like this session had everything,
up.
dude. This had chickens, and it had everything that just happened.
This session was mostly comedy, just to go batshit at the very end.
The suspense built very nicely, I think.
Are we gonna give Darax a chance to curse?
Yeah, I think Ashtorium and Darax both get something to say that they can do, since they didn't get a chance. They didn't act really towards the end there.
Ashtorium would just move to get in front of Blink.
Ah, and would Blink allow him to do so?
Yeah, he would probably take a couple steps back.
All right, Ashtorium. Take your position as you desire.
Do I get to cast my message on the egg?
Oh yeah, he did that forever ago.
He did. Instead of Eternity responding, you hear the tone of an older man. Familiar, actually. Did you ask a question with your message, or were you just perking for an answer?
Well, I was going to ask it something specific,
You can
but
ask it.
I had left it open because I didn't know if it was even like if I could get it to connect.
Right, yeah. What were you going to ask it? Was it related to the magics?
Yeah, I was gonna. Well, here I'll just say it. Something seems to have claimed Derek's. I don't know if there's anything you can do about it, but you ought to prepare yourself in case this goes south.
Well, rather than the voice that you would have expected to hear back, James responds and says, I will make the necessary preparations. Good to hear from you again, lad.
What the hell?
James
Who's in the
is
dragon?
egg.
Does that mean Kennicon is back too?
No, James is in the egg because Eternity absolutely eviscerated James when Silas had first talked to it.
Yeah, Silas
James
linked
became Brother
Eternity to Savras, and James was not, apparently did not stick around for the ride.
He just got absorbed with the knowledge that I gained. All right, well,
Unwittingly sacrifice James to the dragon.
I feel like this is a pretty good cliffhanger.
That's pretty good.
Oh, Derax needs his chance now.
Yeah.
We had Ashtorium, we had you, and now.
Derek's is just. Yeah.
I mean, Narath said, did his little speech about like, you know, hey, I don't have to follow the devil's orders anymore, and we're about to get attacked. It's a momentous day.
Yeah, I literally just said, yeah, I said that. I lied through my teeth to you earlier. I know, and you're all pissed and whatever, but
That's
I'm
an
not bound by
understatement.
Satan,
Like,
I promise, bro.
Understatement. Pissed is the best understatement.
Dude, I need there to be some sort of long-term repercussion to the fact that he tried to tell me that going outside would be dangerous, and he brought a fucking demon into the goddamn room. Like I don't know if it's I don't know if there's ever like I don't know if there's literally anything like anything that he tries to do to me needs some kind of disadvantage from here on out, because that is some bullshit. You tried to tell me that going to look for chickens would be a problem when you brought the devil himself into the room.
You don't
As
know
a
I
chicken.
brought the devil. You
As a
left the
chicken.
room.
Chicken devil.
I heard him
Narath,
speak.
Yeah, he
It-
came
it
back
is
before
always
it was
rich
over.
Whenever
so.
Narath is like, "You are endangering the party," and it's like you're
Yeah,
very
exactly.
Anytime you try
Yeah.
to tell me that I am
Party.
endangering the party, you should just like the DM should shut you up personally.
It's true. It's true. Derek will do the same thing.
No, I'll just intimidate check you instead.
Yeah, well, I don't think that'll work every time. So
I don't know. Like, apparently, I can summon the devil himself. That's pretty scary.
yeah.
Not as a chicken, you can't.
Not as a chicken, you can't.
I
Yeah.
also,
Devil
yeah, if
came
that was
to
the
me
case,
and
I
he
just
was-
killed the devil
he was a
himself.
chicken.
So
Yeah. He cut
I literally
his
just killed
evil
him.
speech short.
yeah,
All-
not
all I'm
not
gonna
everyone
Get
gets a
an
monologue.
opportunity to do those titles now. Because
Just
we're in full
just
rebellion.
all I'm saying
I have
is
free will.
when the boss fight is over or whatever, you better have some really, really, really good persuasion checks. Otherwise, you're dead. That's it. That's
Narath just said I was mindfucked this whole time, and
doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Then you should have died. Then you should have died with honor beforehand instead of serving a lich. You
It's
chose
okay.
to be a bitch
No, I
and
didn't.
serve
It's
Satan, and now you get
didn't.
killed. It's that easy. It's that simple.
See, it was more of a
sir, I was just
situation of
rolling
like I made a deal with Satan
It don't work.
until
It don't
until
work.
Beelzebub. You know, it was that
doesn't
kind
work.
of
You're
kind of
so
scenario.
fucked, dude. You're so fucked.
I like that the whole
It's
time
okay, I'll get
Alexander was
Eternity's
talking,
avowed for me.
Shambler was still trying to
Explain himself.
It won't work. It's you. It's so
Have
funny.
you looked up Nuremberg?
Yeah, exactly.
I wasn't just following orders though.
Yeah,
In
you
order
were,
to follow orders, you need to have a will to follow. You see, that's the magic
Yeah,
thing.
yeah,
Robots
yeah.
aren't war criminals. They're tools.
Yeah.
I
Well,
became a gun.
yeah. No, you could have done something about it, and you chose not to. You know,
No,
That is
something
debatable.
about what?
That is debatable.
No, literally, my whole character is that he does not have free will until, like,
You have free
the
will.
whole thing is that his pact literally removes free will, but he tries to mitigate the damage all the time.
Yeah.
That's his whole thing.
But you can't mitigate damage if you don't have free will.
Yeah, that's why it's like things like if he tells me bring eternity back and enslave the hound, usually you would just be like, okay, I have to bring eternity and enslave the hound, but the way he would, not like basically, if he told me that, I wouldn't have to tell him about the other interesting your dog bro. Like if Ro had a brother or something that was also the exact same and was just as interesting or more interesting, yeah, I'd have to enslave Ro, but I don't have to mention that he has this awesome brother that's even cooler and fit for the slave pits, bro.
You serve a guy who has slave
It's his
pits.
only way of resisting.
You serve a guy who has slave pits. That's pretty good. That's a good question.
Well, I don't think he has slave pits, to be honest. I guess he has a glad. He said I didn't even think about gladiatorial combat. Does he have slaves in the gladiator pits, or is it all just like?
Well, he said, forced me to become a gladiator, so, I mean...
That's true. So
sounds
I
like a
guess
slave
he
pit.
does have slaves. I didn't even think of it. Wow.
He's really come a long way.
Yeah. It's not just the land of the dead anymore.
What
Well,
a guy.
You don't know
What a
that. They could be
guy.
undead gladiators.
That's true. It's probably just like a bunch of silver draconin, some orc slaves,
Mm-hmm.
and then Ro. And then a bunch of undead. Like all the different types of undead. You know,
Yeah.
you got like
Sometimes the gladiators had to fight
Yeah.
against like lions and shit, right? So
Yeah,
you could easily see a
It's
world
probably-
where like the gladiators that are living band together and have to fight like undead elephants or some shit.
There's probably like weird mutants he's made, of his own experimentation. It's like what if we attached, a centaur, but we gave it a demon possessed bullhead.
I like how we're
Made
trying to
of
make
the
Farron
bones of
cool and not
orphans.
an asshole.
What'd you
Oh,
say?
he's an
Oh,
asshole.
he's definitely an asshole, yeah.
No, that's what I mean.
He
Yeah, we're
talks
trying to,
from
like,
a
focus
chicken,
on the
dude.
cool facts.
What
Yeah.
kind of guy does that?
I can't believe you cockblocked the chicken line. I was about to be like, yes, I'm fucking free. Fuck you. But no, you stole
And
that
got
moment.
shot. And you have to
But
stare
you
down
can have that
this-
moment later.
Yeah, you have to stare down this hulking
He's tired of the
monstrosity that
chickens
just
talking.
I assume Farron's gonna come back.
I assume we're gonna be fucking murdered by Farron, if I'm being honest. No.
Dude, as far as Blake is concerned, he shouldn't have woken you up at all.
that was a
Yeah,
grave
you could.
error,
That was a
wasn't
huge
it?
mistake, yeah.
Yeah.
That was a mess.
I did appreciate though that I really appreciated that just the fact that Lucy and my brother decided to conspire to run away with chicken, and Ro chose the wrong chicken haver.
Yep.
That really was like a fucking comedy movie or something. I don't know how you guys did that.
Completely owned Ro.
There's a lot of ownage that happened today. Ro got owned by Blink and Astorium.
Yep.
Blink got owned by a chicken. Astorium kind of got owned, but not in a normal way, by Gelter, since Gelter possessed his body while he was sleeping. And then Ludman got owned by a chicken, and I guess Narath also got owned by a chicken, but it was his boss.
Chicken
Bot
boss?
chicken.
Chicken
Chicken boss?
Yeah. I don't know. There's a lot of ownage.
Why are these chickens so powerful? Like,
Well, the mother hen will live forever.
why
so.
does the mother hen have the ability to summon Satan?
She doesn't.
That was a confluence of factors.
I'm pretty sure it's more that
I-
Satan wanted to reach you, and the chicken was convenient to possess.
It's like what the.
I like to think that he just really wanted the picture of us like seeing you really scared of a fucking chicken.
That was pretty
Yeah.
good. That was really good when he bowed one knee because he got rolled a 0 on his wisdom saving throw. I bow before you, holy chicken.
Blink
Yeah,
left
Blink.
as soon as he saw the bowing to the chicken. Too. It's so funny.
True. I mean, honestly, if you didn't have any of the context and you were just like, dude, the chickens, they teleport. And then the guy you were telling, worrying about chickens, you're telling him this. And then he starts bowing to a chicken. You're like, shit, he serves the chickens. And then that would make me run away
The
too.
chicken conspiracy.
Yeah. It's like, just think
As
about
far
Yeah,
as
didn't I
which
hear him
is
talk?
concerned, I'm
Didn't I hear the
in on
chicken
a
talk?
you heard the
conspiracy.
first line of Narath where the chicken said to Narath that he is owed to him. So
Yeah,
and then
it
Narath
wasn't
started
like-
bowing to the chicken. So that
it
does
wasn't
sound
it wasn't really like he was like running away from the chicken or like the bullshit. He was just so tired of the bullshit. He was like, I am done with these chickens. I am going to talk to this fucking hen. And honestly, if he didn't hear the booming of Bring Me Eternity, he probably wouldn't have came back.
Well, if that didn't boom, then maybe you wouldn't have been discovered by the rank 6 danger threat. So,
Rank 6. Wow.
well, it went all the way from 12 to 6. So yeah.
We'll feed him to the burn victim.
The real question is, what will the elf do when he sees that chicken Satan showed up?
I really like the idea that, like, if you didn't know that he was talking about gnolls, when my brother sees that, like, this strange, burned, mottled brown, hairy hand reaches forward to grab the fish and immediately closes the door, and he just goes, "Oh, they have a dog." Like, it's such an out of context. Like, if you don't,
That is pretty good.
if you don't think that, oh yeah, okay, gnolls are dogs, that makes sense. No,
They have a dog.
they have a dog. It's a fucked up looking dog.
I can't believe there's another dog.
Well, they have some fucked up chickens too. So
Hey, it's true.
This is
The
gonna.
chickens are lucky that Ro was not awake because he would have just eaten them all.
We're going to have to kill everyone in this tavern now.
Why?
It's done.
that's if you
Yeah,
survive long enough to see
everyone.
that.
We have to kill the elf. We have to kill the elf. All the elves. We've been discovered that we have an egg in here. Like, everyone has to die.
We don't even know what the night thing is from. It's sea green, so I don't think it's the dwarves.
Dude, we're gonna kill this elf, and Darix is. You're gonna be like, "Oh, the battle's over," and Darix's morning star is just gonna come cleaving up to your head.
Yeah.
Actually cave in your skull.
Yep.
Well, now I can actually tell you the truth. So Narath can
Narath's probably quite happy with this, actually.
Yeah,
Overcome
Narath-
with bliss that he doesn't have to
If-
listen
if-
to Farron anymore.
Well, think about it, Chandler.
If-
If he can't make you take the egg to him, then he also there's reason to believe that maybe you won't be revived. You can finally die.
Yep. So you just let
Yeah,
Derek kill
Narath-
you.
Narath
And
is
that way, and that way, you can repent from all your evil shit that you've done in death, like any good
Well, you have
honorable
to hear my
Conan will do.
confession now, Darax. You do
No,
know
yeah.
that. That's
No, yeah,
105 years of confession.
No, sure.
I might be
That's
around
fine.
for a few years so I can recount it all to you.
No, sure. Like, go ahead. Give your confession.
Oh,
Derek
there's
will
some
give
good
last
chickens in
right.
there.
Every
You'll get
night,
last
every
night.
night is another confession, and so there's more and more and more. And
No,
you know,
you're doing
like,
it all in one go. No, you do it all in one go. Just give broad general confession. This
Yeah,
is
yeah,
what
yeah,
I've
but, like-
done, and now you die.
Yeah. Well, how broad? Because like, are we talking like each atrocity, or we're just saying I've committed atrocities? and
Okay,
that's
well,
it?
I'll tell you how confession works in real life.